What's good, IB Nation? Welcome to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It's Friday. It's the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag, and
I didn't know Vince was going to be singing today. I wasn't prepared for that.
I'm just
I wasn't
saying,
ready for it.
It's the Free-For-All, buddy. It's the Free-For-All Mailbag. You got to be ready for just about anything.
That's how we roll.
That is how we roll. So the show is dictated by all y'all. So you guys got to get your questions in. Go ahead and put an MB at the front or the little mailbox emoji so we know that it is a question, and we will do our darndest to get to every one of them. If you want to jump the line, which, that's a thing these days, you get the line hopper and all this kind of stuff at the amusement parks. Well, you can go ahead and give us a super chat, and that jumps you to the top of the line. So you want to do that? Get after it. We got all kinds of questions already in the queue, ready to rock and roll. It's a Friday. I'm excited. Gentlemen, are we ready to rock and roll?
We are. And I am going to actually read the first question because it is a super chat from John A. Yes. This is actually John A1's account. It says, thank you for the super chat, John. He goes, with the battle for the George Shillelagh coming to an end, I want to get your guys' opinions. Army and Navy in the same conference. Are there any more transcontinental rivalries left in college football? Intersectional rivalries left in college football.
Well, first of all, can we not say that it's coming to an end yet? Like, it's not officially come to an end, is it?
No.
Did I miss some news? Okay.
No, it hasn't.
I'm holding out hope.
I think people see the writing on the wall.
Well, that's fine. I'm going to be the perpetual optimist in this particular scenario and hope that that's not the case. But to your question, John, I mean, they're all intersectional because they, we got coast to coast conferences anymore, which is
referring to like the rivalries,
non-conference and rivalries and all that.
I mean, because there's in the conferences, there's no like rivalries that are in a conference. Like it's not Cal and Duke have this giant football rivalry,
right?
Really, other than Army Navy, there really weren't any, intersectional rivalries outside of really Notre Dame and just Notre Dame, because you had Notre Dame and Miami for a while, you had Notre Dame and USC, you have Notre Dame and Stanford. And I could be wrong on the definition, but I don't think that states next to each other is like a intersectional rivalry. You know what I mean? Texas and Oklahoma isn't an intersectional rivalry. LSU and Arkansas isn't an intersectional rivalry. Sectional. I keep saying sexual. Sectional. Well, Travis, at least now people are going to not be talking about your transcontinental comment anymore. But intersectional rivalry, I don't even know what that means, but it's probably not good. So I don't know that there were really any of those besides Notre Dame and then Army Navy, but like, because does intersectional mean not in the same conference? Because if that's true, if that's all it means, then we're talking about, there's South Carolina, Clemson, there's Kentucky, Louisville, there's Florida State, like the Southwest Conference ones have kind of gone away because there's not. I mean, you had Arkansas, Texas A&M was one when they were in the Southwest Conference. Then that kind of for a brief time broke up, and then they're back to playing, but they're in the SEC. So I don't know that there were a whole lot of those anyway, to be completely honest with you, that outside of the Notre Dame ones. Can you guys think of any other rivalries that are like that would – because when I think intersectional, I think like there's some distance between these two schools.
Well, I looked it up because first of all, don't just look up intersectional because you're not going to get what you want.
Yeah, I've learned that.
You got to once. You got to look up intersectional rivalry. And the definition is a rivalry between two teams from different conferences.
Is that what it is?
So that still exists. That's not always the way that I thought of that.
I always thought it was like
distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely agree. And there were none. And the reason that Notre Dame and USC was such a big deal is because it took so long by train to get out to California and vice versa. And that's why that became a big deal. And the other rivalries were all because of location. Everybody was close to each other.
Yeah.
It was the backyard brawl. It was the, all, the Civil War. It was all these different things because they were close.
Right.
I don't know that there is anything else like that.
Well, if intersectional means not in the same conference, then there are still some of those.
There's a ton of those. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like true rivalries. I mean, we just named some. We talked about Florida State, South Carolina, Clemson, Kentucky, Louisville. there's several of those. Georgia Tech is another intersectional rivalry if it's just defined as not in the same conference.
Right.
So, if you want to narrow it down to that, then there's still some good ones left there. If it's something where what I thought made Notre Dame unique, which is it's just a rivalry of a team from a different part of the country, then there's nothing like that. But I've never thought about that. Somebody said West Virginia Pitt, although that's just kind of now coming back. But that's another one where they're not in the same league. So there's several of those where it's just two teams not in the same league. A couple of them, went away when A&M decided they didn't want to play Texas anymore. That went away. They're now back in the same league again. Nebraska, Colorado's not playing. I mean, they played last year, but I don't know that rivalry is completely renewed as far as playing, but it still would be considered a rivalry in that the schools don't like each other. That's an intersectional rivalry in that regard. So, in that, if we're going to view it that way, Vince, then yeah, there's still plenty of those left. So, and now there's, you got to talk about Oregon State now. Is that you've actually added a couple with some of this conference realignment? Washington State is now, although I think that one's getting ready to end, isn't it? Washington State is ended.
I don't think so.
Playing, but I believe Oregon and Oregon State are still playing. I don't know if that's for perpetuity, but I do know that they're playing. I'm pretty sure they played in 2024, and I believe they also play in 2025. Yes, they do on September 20th. Now, I think it sucks that it's in September now and not the end of the year, but that's just one of the things you sacrifice when you chase that money to go to the Big Ten. So, yeah, a lot of those, John. A lot of those. We have another Super Chat, Vince, and from Illmatic, one of the greatest albums, by the way, ever produced by Nas, or by anybody, but Nas is the one that produced that one. So, Illmatic 98. Thank you for Super Chat.
Yeah, thank you very much. I saw the article on The Athletic asking how many schools Nick Saban could have won a title with if he coached them from 2010 to 2019. Their answer was 33. Over under that total.
Way under.
Yeah.
Look, Nick Saban is the greatest coach of our generation. I don't know that that's debatable. He won a title at two different schools, but it's two powerhouse schools. Nick Saban isn't winning a title at Vanderbilt. He's not winning a title at 90% of the Big Ten. He was at one of the 5 to 6 best schools in the Big Ten and never sniffed a national championship.
Right.
Didn't even sniff a conference championship, I don't believe. When he was at Michigan State, and Michigan State is a good football program that has won national championships in the past. So, I mean, you could throw out the current Big 12. He's probably not winning a title at any of those schools, like the current Big 12. And most of the ACC schools you're not going to win a title with. I mean, the best finish he ever had at Michigan State in 5 years was second place, tied for second in his last year. And, at LSU, he won a title. But in 5 years at LSU, he had 2 top 10 finishes. I mean, Bama was a unique animal. He went to the SEC at the right time. Urban was on his way out. I mean, they coached against each other, I think, 4 times before Urban bailed. And then from 11 to on, Saban only won 1 title when he was in the SEC at the same time that Urban was. Now, I mean, only one. I'm just saying, it's not if Urban was there, he wouldn't have won. I'm just saying they weren't in the same league for very long. Spurrier wasn't in that league for very long. And when Saban won the title. So I think that's a way too high. Look, we can acknowledge something that he is a phenomenal coach and the greatest coach of our generation and not get crazy and act like he was going to turn Vandy into a national title contender or North Carolina into a title contender.
I'd like to see the list of those schools.
Right.
Like which 33 schools did you put, there?
Yeah.
Because I'm not even, to be honest with you, because of the way that they were able to recruit early on. Okay. And we all know how that was. Like that wouldn't have flown at Notre Dame. You know what I mean? So would he, because now once he got the prominent power,
yeah,
he was able to continue it. But
he
I don't know.
Figured some things out at Notre Dame. Okay. And I think he could have won at Notre Dame.
Okay.
I mean, if Brian Kelly can get them to the title game against Nick Saban, I think Nick Saban could have got them to the title game against not himself and won a title. You know what I mean? But Notre Dame's a school that we've always said, Vince, if you get the right coach, you can win there.
Right, for sure.
He's the right kind of coach. Now, would he have won 6 or 7 in a 15 years? No, he wouldn't have won as
I don't
many.
think it would have been as quick either.
I'll see. Here's what I'm gonna disagree with you. You wouldn't have wanted to watch a Nick Saban coach defense that had Manti, Cap, Stephon Tuitt, Lewis Nix. You know what I mean? Like, Harris. Let's put it this way: Nick Saban in 2011 might win a title at Notre Dame with Michael Floyd, Tyler Eifert, Manti, Harrison Smith, Robert Blanton. I mean, all those guys. I get what you're saying, Vince, and here's let's just do this. Let's just kind of answer this. Let's kind of go through it, because we may say this is stupid, and then we go through it and we're like, wow, that's more schools than we thought. So let's go. No American Athletic Conference teams. Let's go ACC. I would argue he could have won one at Clemson, Miami, and Florida State. That's 3. Big 12. No current Big 12 teams. Big 10, Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Washington,
I actually
maybe Nebraska.
I think maybe he could do it at UCLA. It's in LA. Like,
yeah.
I get where they've been, but if you put him in the head-to-head,
look, you think they would. I don't think they would, but if anyone thinks they would, we'll count it. How about that?
Because we're still not going to get to 33.
That's 11. No Conference USA teams. Notre Dame. No MAC teams. No Mountain West teams. No Pac-2 teams. Let's go SEC. Texas. Georgia. Tennessee. Alabama. LSU. Texas A&M. Florida. Oklahoma, Auburn. What's that? 16?
Yep.
No. Under. And I don't care how great of a coach you are. There's some schools where you're just not going to win there, and that's okay. He might have made them as good as they've ever been, but
sure.
You're not.
There would be a ceiling.
Very much so.
Yeah, there would be a ceiling.
Very much so.
I was writing down a list, and I want to know what you guys think of one of the teams I had on here. I wrote down Stanford just because they had good teams from 2010 to 2019. I mean, imagine like a Nick Saban team with that 2012 Stanford defense, or a Nick Saban-led team with like Christian McCaffrey. I mean,
possible, Trev.
Andrew Luck.
My only thought is I think Jim Harbaugh was a unique animal. Like his personality fit there. Jim Harbaugh was better able to adapt to the rigors of Stanford and the uniqueness of Stanford in ways that I don't know if Nick Saban would have had the patience for.
That's fair.
That's the only reason I push back. And I also think, as great as Jim Harbaugh was, and he's a great coach, he also had some hires that were very influential, and he gets a lot of credit for that. But like you had David Shaw and Vic Fangio as your coordinators at one point in time at Stanford. Like, that's good hiring. And would Saban have been able to bring in guys like that? I don't know that he would have done that. Maybe he would have. I just think Stanford's a unique animal. But look, if Jim Harbaugh can take him to the top 5, why couldn't Nick Saban? So I'll give you that 17. Like I said, if one person really wants to make a case for a school, then all that. But that's 17. We're just now got over halfway there. So I'm going to say definitely take the under on that.
Not even close to 33.
Yeah. I would love to see some of the teams they try to advocate for.
They
basically just can take any team that's won a title in the last 60 years and be like, Nick Saban could have won there too. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And even some of the schools I named would have been hard. It's not a guarantee he would have been able to win at Miami because of the issues and stuff that's going on at that school, but I'll just give it to him.
Ooh, another super chat from UT Irish 55. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Oh, man.
I've watched every Kaden Finley video on YouTube. The dude is the truth. Am I crazy, or does he remind you of a Des Bryant type of receiver? Praying that we get him game changer with a bunch of exclamation points.
I definitely think he's that. I definitely think he's a dude and is an outstanding receiver. There's so many reasons why getting Kaden Finley is important. And if you look at that kid, he looks young. Like, he's got a baby face. Like a major baby face. And the reason I say that is he's already hitting a growth spurt. Like, I saw pictures of him a year ago, and I see pictures of him now, and I'm like, that kid's at least 1.5 inches, not 2 inches taller than he was a year ago. I saw a picture of him next to Marcus Freeman. One of the moms that was on campus that day sent me a picture of of him there with Marcus Freeman, and he had his arm around Marcus Freeman, and he's a good 1.5 to maybe 2 inches taller than Marcus Freeman. Marcus Freeman is 6'1". And so he's one of those kids. I think the DNA is starting to kind of really kick in, and he's going to fill out. I mean, his dad was a tight end. His dad was not a small guy. And so I think he's going to fill out more. I think he's just got one of those young frames, young bodies, and I think there's some maturity there, physical maturity that's still to come, and he's going to get even bigger and stronger and more explosive. That's just my prediction, and that's partly why his upside grade is so high for me. But man, I like Des Bryant type. I don't know that I really remember Des Bryant in high school. Des was a pretty physical receiver. I do remember that in college. But, I could see some similarities in body type. I could see some similarities in style of play. I'm not going to sit there and say that I definitely don't see that, but I see some similarities there. I don't know that he plays as I just felt Des played a real physical brand of football in college at Oklahoma. I mean, those Oklahoma State teams back then were so much fun to watch, man. Like, they were a blast to watch. I mean, those teams, they put up some crazy numbers. And I remember, did he get suspended his last year? Did he get injured? I thought he got suspended, right? He had that great sophomore year, and then he only played 3 games the next year. I'm trying to remember what happened. But, look, if he's anything like UT Irish, if he's anything like Des Bryant, you're going to get a phenomenal football player. And so I see some similarities there. I don't know that that'd be like my first comp, but I'm having a hard time coming up with reasons why I should convince you that it's not a good comp, because I definitely see some similarities there between the two. And especially with I think Kaden Finley growing a little bit, because like if he was still as big as he was, like a year ago, where I thought he was maybe 6 feet tall, I don't know that I would have been like, I don't know if the comp would have been there. I'm curious to see what Kaden looks like this year as a senior. I have a feeling, based on what his body type is starting to look like, you're going to see a different, some new tools to the tool belt this year. Because I thought he played more like Jaden Finley or Jaden Greathouse last year than Des Bryant. But that extra size could give him a little something. So I'm curious to see that one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like his size. I didn't see that picture of him standing next to Marcus Freeman. That was going to be one of my questions down the road about Finley was, there's a lot of talk about him projecting into the boundary. And it's like, I mean, when I watch him on film and some of the heights that I'm seeing him, he's 6 foot tall. And so I don't know what that looks like. And so the news about his growth spurt, absolutely. But last season, I'm on page with you. He definitely played like a Jaden Greathouse type of receiver last year. Very excited to watch his senior film this year.
I'm going to send that to you now, Trev. See if I can find your send it to both you guys. So there, I sent it to Vince. And then let me find you, Trev. Apparently, I've had a lot of people texting me today because you're not on the – I just scroll down to find you. That's normally not the case. It's been a busy day. So I just sent that to you. And you guys tell me, am I nuts there? Doesn't he look like he's closer to his dad's height than he is Marcus Freeman's height?
Oh, yeah.
See what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So – yeah, no, he's guys. He's a big time player. Like, sometimes I wonder if he doesn't get talked about as much because he's been on their board for so long and they've been the perceived leader for so long. But that's a huge recruitment for Notre Dame. They've got to close on him. This class is going to be really good, no matter if they get Kaden Finley or not. But it can't be like elite if they don't get Kaden Finley. Like, you can't. Like, the receiving core class, if they get Kaden Finley to go with Bubba Frazier and Dylan Faison, and hopefully Devin Fitzgerald and Braden Robinson, that's a big time receiving core, like very big time receiving core. So yeah, I dig it. UT Irish, appreciate the super chat, my man.
All right, Coach Bent 5746. If Nebraska had stayed in the Big 12, would they have been asked to join the SEC with Texas and Oklahoma? Would their presence have kept either UT or OU from leaving?
That second part is the one I want to focus on. The first one, no, I don't think so. I don't know that there would have been any financial benefit to getting into the Nebraska market. I don't know that that would have been enough for that. But could Nebraska's presence have been enough to keep Texas and Oklahoma from leaving? Very possible. Very possible. Because I think you would have had another big-time program. And look, Nebraska's got a good fan base and it's a good TV market in Lincoln and Omaha. which is why the Big Ten one of the reasons why the Big Ten wanted them. It's not just because they play good football, but there's financial reasons why to get them in there as well. But I don't know that it would have been enough for the SEC to really want them. But could a presence like in Nebraska, if like, let's say Nebraska and Colorado were still in the Big 12, could that have been enough? So remember, Big 12, Colorado didn't come back to the Big 12 until the last few years. They were in the Pac-12 for a while. Would Nebraska's and Colorado's presence in the Big 12 been enough to keep them around? Possibly. Because I think you would have seen the Big 12 be in a stronger position to bring in Utah out of the Mountain West instead of the Pac-12. I think they would have been in a stronger position. Like the Big 12 is getting in a stronger position now, but there was a time there where they were really struggling. And it might have changed some things. I mean, I don't have evidence to support that, but my gut is that I think it could have had a big impact on Texas and Oklahoma staying in the league. Absolutely. What do you guys think?
I would err more on the side of Oklahoma than Texas. I think Oklahoma would have a better chance at staying in the Big 12 if Nebraska was still there. Plus, they had a rivalry, didn't they? Nebraska, Oklahoma, that was a big one back in the day. Did Texas and Nebraska ever have one?
No, I mean, they played, but it wasn't. No, Texas's two rivals were Oklahoma and A&M, and then Nebraska's big rivals were Colorado and Oklahoma.
Okay. Yeah, I would probably say Oklahoma more so than Texas, but like to Brian's point, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that both stay, but that's where I'm at on that one.
I'm going to be Mr. Negative Pants, and I don't think anything would have kept UT and OU from leaving. I just think the money tree was raining a little too hard.
But the point is, I think the Big 12 would have been in a better position to have a better TV deal. Like their TV deal would have been better than the one Texas and Oklahoma walked away from. That's where I'm kind of coming from. Like when they last negotiated a deal, and I don't remember when it was, but with Nebraska in there, with Colorado in there, what does that league look like? And would they have gotten a better deal? That's kind of where I'm coming from.
I get that, but like Nebraska hasn't been relevant since the 90s.
We're not talking about football relevance. We're talking about you're getting a –
but football relevance has a lot to do with getting TV money.
No, not really. It's about the market you're in. Like that's, I mean, why are the, for example, Virginia is a school that's been often talked about as a team that the Big Ten and the SEC might go after at some point in time because they're trying to get into that market. It's not so much that Virginia's good, but they want to be playing against a team in that region, in that market. And that's what factors into it. It's not so much because Nebraska is not relevant, but it's still relevant nationally, but it's still very relevant in the market they're in. Same thing with Colorado.
Lincoln, Nebraska is a huge TV market.
Well, you've got Omaha. I mean, what else are they watching in Nebraska? But yeah, it is. Vince, I'm just telling you. That's why the Big Ten wanted them. That's why the Big Ten wanted them. And that's why when Nebraska left, that's when the Big 12 started to take a dive and started to kind of fall apart a little bit. So, we can look at it and say that they're not relevant, but they didn't become irrelevant to the last 5, 6, 7 years. They were still winning 9, 10 games a year under Frank Solich and Bo Pelini. Like they weren't the bad team they've been the last 6, 7 years. And it's still a very loyal and relatively good sized fan base, which is why the Big 12 didn't want them to leave and why the Big 10 wanted them. And then, but it also, I think if Nebraska stays, I think it's more likely that Colorado's also still in there, and Colorado, Boulder's right next to Denver. So I do believe
Denver's a big market. I get that.
Yeah. I feel like it is a good sized fan base, and it is a school that at the time, because again, we're not talking about right now, Vince. We're talking about when the last Big 12 deal would have been signed. That's the one that Texas and Oklahoma walked away from.
Right.
What was Nebraska then? They were a better program.
Okay. Better than now, but that's not setting the bar very high, is all I'm saying.
I understand that, but like when Bo Pelini was there, Bo Pelini wasn't – it's not like it's been 30 years since Bo Pelini was in Nebraska. I mean, Bo Pelini was in Nebraska from 2008 till 2014, and he never won fewer than 9 games. He finished in the top 25 in his last 6 years. When they fired him, that's been a decade. That was during a time when, and also that's in the Big Ten. I think Nebraska would have been even better if they were still in the Big 12, which is what I've always talked about. Their recruiting struggled. So I get recently they haven't been good, but Bo Pelini from 2008 to 2014, they won 9, 10, 10, 9, 10, 9, 9 games. And, so it's not like they were just like this terrible team that never won games. I mean, they beat Clemson in 2009 in a bowl game, beat Arizona in 2009, beat Georgia in a bowl game in 2014. Nebraska beat Georgia in a bowl game. So, again, I think we're putting our current view of Nebraska on what version of Nebraska would have been relevant in the time frame we're talking about, which is when the last Big 12 deal got signed. And that's the one that would have mattered more to the TV networks at the time. And that deal, I think, would have been good enough with Nebraska and Colorado to where the SEC, where Texas and Oklahoma weren't as anxious to get out. And that's because, like, what year did they leave they left the Big 12 in 2010. And if you remember that next year, that's when Texas was then looking to get out of the Big 12. And they were looking at going to the Pac-12. That's when the first big potential realignment was what might happen. And Jack Swarbrick is one of the people that played a role in kind of slowing that down, because Texas and Oklahoma were going to try to leave for the Pac-12 because the Big 12 at the time was a hot mess. And I just feel like with the way the programs would have gone if they would have stayed, I think those leagues would have been a little better off, because Nebraska went 10-4, 10-4 in Bo Pelini's last 2 years at Nebraska, and then his 4 years in the Big Ten, they won 9, 10, 9, 9 games. And so I just think it would have been a little bit of a different deal. But
it would have given them pause. I just don't think it would have changed the history. That's my opinion.
Yeah. You're allowed to be wrong.
I don't know.
I'm totally kidding. But Vince, that's kind of the part of the fun of the conversation, though, man. Like, I can't tell you definitively, no, dude, you're wrong. I have an opinion.
Sure.
I'm convicted in it. You have an opinion. You're convicted in it. It's all good. That's what makes this fun.
Yeah. I've never thought of the 77th largest, TV share market being like, woohoo, got to jump on that.
But it's a very loyal college football fan base.
I agree with that.
It's not just in that area. Nebraska is one of those teams where you're going to find Nebraska fans in Iowa, the Dakotas, Colorado. I mean, when I lived in Colorado, I knew Nebraska fans. It's a good side. I mean, that's why they sell out. They travel really well for games. I mean, they've always talked about how well Nebraska travels. I mean, shoot, we saw it with our own eyes as Notre Dame fans when they took over Notre Dame Stadium. So that's where I'm coming from. And again, I'm also equating Nebraska and Colorado being together during that time is the other thing to consider about that whole process. And it's what's frustrating to me, guys. And I think this is definitely something we can agree on. What's frustrating to me is I'm so tired of, because they went in 2010 and then Colorado left the Big 12 2 years later, because they left because one of their big rivals is gone. The league is struggling. It was under very poor leadership at the time. So you had Colorado left or Nebraska left in 2011, and then Colorado left the next year and joined the Pac-12 in 2012. Those two schools, to me, would have if they would have both stayed. So it's not just Nebraska. If Nebraska stays, then Colorado likely doesn't leave, in my opinion. And now you're talking about the Denver market, the Boulder market, and all of that part of it too. And then there is a part of the reason the Pac-12 wanted Colorado is because they wanted that market as well. So it's a domino effect that basically tore the league up. But at the end of the day, what killed the league wasn't Nebraska leaving. It was the poor leadership that led to Nebraska leaving and Texas wanting out and Oklahoma wanting out and Colorado wanting out. That was more of the issue. And that's what killed the Pac-12. It was poor leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And
that I agree with.
The Big 12 was a similar situation at the time, and that's what makes it unfortunate.
Maltavius, thank you so much for the super chat. Since I always miss buy, sell, hold live, I figure I'll do it in the free-for-all. Buy, sell, hold each scenario. Love 1,200 rushing yards. Price 1,000 rush yards. Great House 1,000 receiving yards. Each stat has to be placed into a buy, sell, hold category.
So if I'm reading this correctly, buy one, sell one, hold one then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gosh. I don't want to sell any of these because I think, all right, I'll go buy. Are we doing this? Sorry, I'm kind of loaded with questions of what we think is most likely going to happen, or
You can
what.
do it however you want to do it. What I was going to do is most likely, but you can kind of do it however you want to do it.
All right, I'll go most likely to happen then too. That's the train that I was on. I didn't know if it was like a most impactful to the team type of deal. So I'll go buy Love 1,200 rushing yards. Hold Price 1,000 rushing yards, and then sell Great House 1,000 receiving yards.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, so you basically in order of these you want buy, sell, hold. Yeah, I'm a little torn on Price and Great House because I really think Great House is going to be really good this year. But I just think, as we've said all along, it's not that Jaden Greathouse is not capable of a 1,000-yard season. It's just I think you're going to have a lot of really good weapons, and you're going to have two quarterbacks. Whoever starts, it's going to be a guy that likes to spread the ball around.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna go with you on that one.
I'm gonna go on a different route, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna sell Love at 1,200, and I'm going to buy Price, and I'm gonna hold on Great House. And my reasoning is, it's not like I think that Jeremiah Love can't do it, because of course he can. I just think that they might limit him a little bit more than people might want, and maybe he doesn't get quite to 1,200. That's all I'm saying.
My only pushback for that would be is the only thing that kept him from 1,200 last year was the injury against USC. I mean, he finished with 1,125 last season and rushed for 68 yards in the last 3 games. You know, I just think a healthy Jeremiah Love gets it to it last year. So I think that's the one I'm probably most confident in.
Yeah, and that was with Riley going for 184 carries and like 900-something rushing yards too.
Yeah. And the thing that's so unique about the two running backs, guys, is they don't need the volume that other people do. So Vince, like, I get your point. Like, I agree with your point. My takeaway is if Jeremiah Love simply has the same number of carries he had a year ago, so 163 carries, and he goes for, let's say, 7.2 yards a carry, you know, that gets him to 1,173. That means he only has to get what, five more carries, 4 more carries than he did a year ago to get to there, and that's where I think he would have been prior to the injury. So I mean, I'll put it. Let's just do a little experiment here. So let's subtract his numbers from post USC. So he had 163 carries. So you take away 15. So that's 148, 150, 140, 134. He was at 7.1 yards per carry before the injury, if my math is correct here. If he maintains that throughout the playoffs, he's at 1,157, which would mean he would only need basically 6 more carries on the season at that rate to get to 1,200. That's assuming now that this also assumes that Notre Dame plays 16 games again. But if Notre Dame's as good as we think we are, guys, they're not going to get to 16 games. They're going to play 15 games because they're going to buy, and now his carries have to go up even more to get to 1,200, which would, you know, like to Vince's point, I don't think we're going to see Jeremiah Love's run game usage go way up from what it was last year. I think where his usage is going to go up is in the pass game. And you know, but like, guys, would any of you be shocked if Jeremiah Love's like 7.3, 7.4 yards a carry behind a better offensive line? You know, an offense that can throw the ball more effectively. Like, that's what's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just think he's not going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if his carries are a little bit down from last year.
Really? Yeah. Interesting.
Just because I think they're going to throw the ball more. and I think they're going to be more effective doing it.
I get that. I think
I think teams are going to really be focused on him this year.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is more likely? Jeremiah Love going for 1,300 on the ground or 550 receiving yards?
Going for what or what?
1,300 rushing yards or 550 receiving yards over a 15-game season. What do you think is more likely?
I would say, for me, I would say 1,300 yards.
Yeah, me too. If you're giving me that option, yeah, me too. Yeah. Yep.
Good deal.
Look, it's going to be very interesting to see how defenses play Jeremiah Love this year, especially early on, against Miami, against Texas A&M, that kind of a deal. It's going to be very interesting to me because I think teams are going to sell out to stop him. And that's why I think that, CJ Carr, Kenny Minshew, whoever it happens to be, is just going to have a whale of a couple of games. You know what I mean? Denbrock's going to be like, okay, you're going to let us throw the ball. We're going to continue throwing the ball, and we'll just use Jeremiah Love almost as a decoy, and Jadarian Price. And so he could be limited the first couple of games of the season. Now, that could iron itself out and even itself out as the season goes on, and people have to respect the pass game a little bit more and things like that. But I could very easily see Mike Denbrock. Okay, you want to shut down Jeremiah Love? You want to shut down the run game? Okay, we'll throw it. Let's go. Until you adjust. And I think those two defenses are going to be too stubborn to adjust.
We'll see. I'm just drinking from my little national championship game cup that my wife just brought me some apple juice down in.
Nice.
That game that Notre Dame played in this year?
Yeah, I was there.
That one. I know.
Yeah, I was there. It was fun. Enjoyed it. All right, Tyler.
She just yelled to me, the one we're going to win next year. That's my girl. All right.
Tyler Evans 4853. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it very much. What do you think of Wisconsin suing Miami? I'll let you guys take this.
I'm all for it.
We talked about it last night.
I'm all for it. Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm so tired of schools just doing whatever they want with no consequences, no repercussions, nobody willing to push back on them, nobody willing to say, hey, man, this is just not okay. This is just not okay. Like, you can't just keep doing this with no consequences, no repercussions, nobody coming at you. I'm at least going to make you spend some money. You know what I mean? I'm going to at least make you settle or something. Like, I just think you need to – it's like this, guys. If anyone that tells you deterrence is not a real thing, I just think is out of their mind. Like, just absolutely out of their mind. The reason a lot of people don't do a lot of things is because there's consequences towards, there's consequences. If I could just walk into Texas Roadhouse and just go back and grab a steak and no one's to stop me, like, why would I go in there and pay for a steak if I was someone who was so inclined to do so? People with morals will say, well, these people have a business to run and all that, but let's be honest, there's a lot of people that would not care about that. I mean, go look at California when they passed that law that if you steal under a certain amount of money, they won't prosecute you. People just walking in there with like bags and just, okay, counting how much they're stealing and then knowing that they can't be stopped and they won't be charged. It's like, there are people like that. So if these schools that just don't care about any kind of rules, and Miami has clearly shown that they don't, are willing to get a kid who signed a contract to get out of that contract and go play for them, then they're going to keep doing that. So kudos to Wisconsin. But here's the thing. You better have a pretty clean, of your own. You better have a pretty clean track record where you're not doing the same thing with somebody else's player, where Northern Iowa's like, hold on a second. You guys did that to us.
Correct.
You better have that. Yeah. Because like Wisconsin, I got to think is feeling like, hey, when it comes to this type of thing, because it's not just, hey, you tampered with our player. It's no, this kid was under contract and you got him to break that contract. And that's what they're pushing back on. And that is what I support. Not, oh, you tampered with our player, we're going to sue you, and just not telling one about the players that we're tampering with. I think it's very specific to the contract that this kid signed for the NIL deal. I don't know if the only thing that I don't know is Travis, was that contract even valid? Will it even hold up? And that I don't know. Yeah,
that's the biggest question mark, is making sure that Wisconsin also, kind of has to prove what Miami was doing, make sure all their T's are crossed and I's are dotted in that process as well. But I echo all the same things that you did. There has to be some sort of level of deterrence with what's going on right now in the Wild West that is the transfer portal. So, yeah, I'm all for it.
All right, Lou Holtz, Thunder and Bolts. Thank you so much for the super chat. What were your favorite and least favorite drills during practice as a player, as a coach, and what practice changes have elevated Notre Dame's performance under Coach Marcus Freeman?
I never liked the Oklahoma drill because as a quarterback, it was one of the most boring drills I could ever be.
You're just handing off.
Yeah, and I don't even sometimes get to see it's like, yeah, we get to watch the. I want to play football. I didn't come join a football team to watch it happen. I wanted to do stuff. I wanted to be out there throwing the ball and playing 7-on-7 and stuff like that. And I didn't actually ever do an Oklahoma drill as a player till I got to college, and I moved to receiver. And then we had to do some of that, but it's different for an offensive player in that regard because you're running the ball. It's not the same as if you're playing linebacker or whatever. But I never loved that drill as a player. As a coach, I mean, you learn some toughness. I just think there's other ways to learn toughness that I didn't dislike the Oklahoma drill. I just didn't see the same necessity for it. I thought there was other ways you could kind of get that toughness out of it that was more practical. Because it just isn't really, to me, a real practical drill. And you know how my head works, Vince. It's like, well, how does this translate to the game? The toughness translate, but you're not just going to hand the ball off and run to the A gap with nobody coming from either side and there's no read. I never thought practically it was a great drill, but that's also the quarterback in me talking. I wanted to do some kind of team drill or something that's just a little bit more practical, but I wasn't against it either.
The Oklahoma drill I don't even remember doing it as a player, to be perfectly honest with you, but as a coach, it's not something you can do all the time. That's something that you pull out when you kind of need to give your team a little bit of a jolt of energy, of electricity, of, kind of you're in camp or middle of the season. I liked it for that regard because where I coached, kids would get fired up watching that drill. And, obviously you want to see the toughness and you want to see all that stuff too. But all the periphery kids would get fired up for it too. And that was important on the teams that I coached, was getting everybody kind of involved and things like that. So I did like that drill as a coach. I don't remember doing it. I remember doing, what was it? Bull in the Ring. When we were kids, that one did not like doing that one.
Speaking of drills that have no practical application whatsoever.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That was just, you're going to die and it's okay.
Yeah. That one I didn't quite get.
No, I didn't get that one either in any way, shape, or form. But I remember doing it in middle school.
I don't even think you're allowed to do those drills anymore.
No, nope, sure not.
I don't know about high school, Vince. You'd know that, but you can't do them in college football, I don't think, anymore. Or at least, I don't know that you can't. I just think teams just don't do it.
Yeah. As a player, my favorite is probably tied for 2. I love 7-on-7, duh. And then we would do this drill, and again, zero practicality, but it was one of the very few drills that I could be a ball carrier in. And it was called the gauntlet. So basically you'd line up on the goal line, and then at the 5-yard line, you would have a defender trying to tackle you. And if you got through that, then there'd be a defender at the 10-yard line who was trying to tackle you. And then the same thing on the 15. That was just fun. Zero practicality, but I enjoyed it. My least favorite drill to do, though, inside run. I would just go in and hand it off and do that for 25 minutes. And then it was kind of just to pass the time until we got to 7-on-7. So that was probably my least favorite.
Yeah, quarterbacks don't really like doing anything unless they've got team or 7-on-7.
Well, it's just, I want to do something where I'm improving myself. Yeah. And, it just was I just felt it was kind of boring.
And I thought it was a complete waste of time to have quarterbacks hand off an inside zone and inside just like that. Yeah. Yes, you have to work on the mesh and you have to do all of those things. I get it, but that's more of an offensive line running back drill than it is a quarterback handing off drill. Mm-hmm. We would send our quarterbacks off to do something else, and we would have a coach do the handoffs so that the quarterbacks were doing more drill work for them, whether it be footwork, whether it be throwing drills, whatever, that kind of a thing. I always would disagree with my head coach when he'd be like, all right, quarterbacks go down and hand off for inside run. No, That's a complete waste of time for them.
The only time that I liked doing that as a coach, Vince, is because we did a lot of checks with our zones.
Okay, yeah, we weren't doing that in high school.
Yeah, it would be like, we'd have to get different fronts. So there'd be some mental part, but if it's just literally just working on your mesh, there's more productive things that I could do to have
100%.
I agree with you.
100%.
Agree with you.
What about the last one, guys?
What practice change? I just think the tempo of practice,
Yep.
There's a lot of attention to detail in practice. Vince, I think.
And competition too.
There's always just so much standing around under Brian Kelly's tenure. There just were so many guys constantly just standing around. There was no pace to practice. You see a lot of physicality at this practice. There's a lot of things that create. You mentioned competition. That's definitely been something that they do a lot of. But I just think they don't practice as long. Usually Marcus Freeman did say that they practiced about 15% longer this past year, like per practice than they had in the past. But like their practices aren't long because they're there. There's intentionality. Like they'll get, like, look, just this is the pace we're going at. Right. And there's a lot of coaching on the field, but they also do a lot of coaching on film. Or like, look, get reps. And then, so instead of stopping it, talking to that one kid in front of everybody, the next rep is going and I'm talking to that kid over here. I think also what helps is the fact that you got more coaches now. So Mike Denbrock can be over here, calling plays and this, and then you got Harris Biven over here still working with the tight end, so they're still getting coaching. Al Washington may be talking to the D tackle or the D end, but Nick Sebastian's talking to the D tackle, or there's having some of those coaches now, having more coaches around now. I think also helps because you can now coach on the fly because I can still get my next call in, knowing that this guy that I trust over here is now talking to that kid and getting worked with him in. Joe Rudolph can be worried about getting something going on the O-line while his assistant is over there talking to somebody about something that they need to work on. So I think that's really helped with players getting instruction and being coached without having to stop a drill, talk through it, and then run the drill again. And I think that's helpful as far as getting the being able to, because there's always been those two poles of coaching. I'd rather do 10 reps where we're teaching and learning and doing all that and doing it perfect than get 30 reps of just nonstop. We're going. We're not making any corrections. Then we're going to correct on film later. I think both of them have their drawbacks. But what they're doing now is, Vince, they're able to kind of do both. You're getting the on-field instruction while focused on getting a lot of reps, and then also the teaching tape later. But you can only really do that because you have now more people to coach. Mm-hmm. And I think that I know a lot of people didn't like that rule, but I think it's a great rule that now more people are involved in coaching, because getting more people there to instruct these young men on how to play the game, how is that a negative? How is that a negative? And I think it's great. I mean, they hired I think it's Andy Buh, I think his name is. But they hired him. He's an older veteran coach that's now working with the secondary. So now Mike Mickens doesn't have to be, coaching 5 guys at a time. He can be focusing on this. And there's another set of veteran eyes over here and that can help out. I think that's always good for the young men. We should always be encouraging rules that are good for the instruction and development of young people on and off the field. I mean, you've heard me when I've done some rants about what's needed more in college football is more people that are dealing with these young men from a mental and emotional standpoint, because of all the things that are now pulling at them that they didn't have. There should be programs in place to help these young men with the financial things that are going on in their lives, and to make sure that you're not. I mean, there's going to come a day if they're not getting this stuff where you're going to have some kid that's going to get some letter from the IRS saying you owe us X amount of dollars, or there's a warrant out for your arrest because you haven't paid taxes. Or you're going to get your money stolen by some guy that you think is there. There's so much more on the plates of these young men in college than there was before, that you need to make sure that you're doing those things. And that should never be something people push back on. It's like, well, you can't have this many people coaching. Why? Why was there ever an arbitrary, you can only have 9 assistant coaches on the field? Well, then you're going to hire coaches. Oh, so God forbid somebody want to hire more coaches to actually work with young people. Like, oh no, the horror, can't have that. That's just so many of the stupid rules the NCAA had. You just look at it and you're like, this is just dumb. This is really dumb. And I like that. Those are some of the good changes we've seen in recent years. I mean, guys, we're at practice, and now there's like 16 coaches out there.
Oh, so many adults walking around. Yeah.
It's great because there's more eyes on these young men.
Yeah.
There's also more people for little things. Vince, like, hey, I think so-and-so's struggling, man. Like, I don't know what's going on, but he's really been dragging the last couple. Where one coach, it's just Joe Rudolph on the O-line. And I use him because he's got him and Al Wash have the biggest unit.
Yeah.
Like, I can't be watching the body language of every kid in the middle fall camp. But if I got another assistant in the GA that's also working with me, he can be like, hey, man, coach, just so you know, like, I've noticed so-and-so has been really, like, man, his head's going down a lot more. Like, he can see those things. There's all those things are good for young people on top of just coaching the game.
I will say one other thing that I like that they've been doing recently, and obviously it has to be indoors for them to do that, but they record every single play during 7-on-7, during all that, and it immediately comes up on the big board in the indoor facility. And I've noticed very specifically to CJ Carr, there was a rep that he ran, and I think he did a check down. And
he missed the seam route. I know what you're talking about.
And he immediately looks up at the board, sees that he missed the seam route, and he's like, dang it. Okay. So, like, he coached himself up right then and there so that if that happens again, he doesn't have to wait till after practice to get that on film. Mm-hmm. It's right up there, instantaneous. I love that instant feedback, and these guys use it. Like, it's not just for us, because I like it when I'm watching the play live, and then I can just look up and, watch it again. But more specifically, these guys use it as a coaching tool. And I'm sure the coaches use it as a coaching tool as well. So that instantaneous feedback, I really dig. And that's more of a technology thing. But I love it, man. I love that. Wyatt Kerwin, 4368. Thanks, Wyatt.
So real quick, guys, just a quick note. There's something going on in the chat.
Oh, okay.
That something with YouTube is causing people's names not to show up normal.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
Like Andrew Gilmore's is Andrew Gilmore 1443. I don't know why that's happening. So I would, Vince, just leave off the numbers.
The numbers. Okay.
Like Coach Bent 574, his is that way.
Yeah.
But a lot of these others, I don't know what's going on. And somebody in the chat said there's a way to fix that. It's not something we did.
Okay.
I believe it's a YouTube thing or a Google thing. But just to kind of give you heads up.
Man, these are some tough names that we haven't had before.
What's all these numbers? You guys are in love with these numbers. What's going on? So like Wyatt Kerwin's normally shows up just as Wyatt Kerwin. So I don't know what's going on. So just like John A1's we read up earlier. See how that? I'm like, okay, that's funky. So I don't know what's going on there, but you can just read the names.
Makes sense. Okay, so
Saves
Wyatt,
you a little bit of time.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. Okay, anyway, Wyatt, thanks for the submission. Based on their film, is there a chance that Preston Frizzell or Ian Premer could become a big wide receiver at Notre Dame, or is Joey O'Brien more likely?
I think it's more likely that one of those two guys does it, but I don't think you need to do that. I think that people are too obsessed with where a guy lines up. And my pushback would be, does anybody think Tyler Eifert was a wide receiver at Notre Dame? No. Tyler Eifert will lined up in the boundary a bunch in his career at Notre Dame, but he's a tight end. And so they'll do, like, it's guaranteed that if Preston Frizzell and Ian Premer are playing at Notre Dame and they're on the field, they're going to line up in the boundary position. They're going to line up in the slot position. They may line up at times at the outside field position. They're still tight ends. So they won't become a big receiver. What they are is really athletic tight ends that present unique matchup problems that you can use in a lot of the same ways with some of the same routes that you're going to use from your receivers. You're just going to be matched up against a different type of player. But if you just turn them into a boundary receiver, now all of a sudden they're playing against corners more often. And while there's some matchups that give them some of those advantages, you're not getting the same type of matchups you'd be getting if they got treated like an actual tight end. And so they'll certainly do that, Wyatt. Absolutely. I think both of them have the skills to do that. Definitely. But it won't be like they won't be playing it the way that like Bo Collins played it last year, or like Malachi Fields is going to play it this year. I don't think they'll be doing that. But there's certainly some things you can do. I mean, dude, and the funny thing is your tight ends, if they're good, are going to have to do more than any receiver on the roster. Because on one snap, you're running boundary routes. The next snap, you're running slot fades. I mean, you're going to be doing a lot if you get the right kind of tight end. And there's a reason that Notre Dame focused on Ian Premer. And there's a reason that when they made their second run at new tight ends, Frizzell was the guy they focused on. Because what can they both do? Run. And they're matchup nightmares in the pass game. That was intentional. Absolutely intentional. And because they do so, Mike Denbrock wants to do a lot more with them. And I think that's smart. It's very smart. All right. So let's got some more here. We got one from, I want to try to mix them up. Here we go. Aiden Banami.
All right. Aiden from IB's interview with Elijah Golden 1.5 years or so ago. Till now, all chips are in and him now, right? Who else can we go after at D-line after missing some of our top targets?
Well, they missed some of their top targets, but Elijah Golden was always a top target, if not the top target beyond the guys they got on the board right now. So they're not going to expand the board at all. Their whole thing right now is on Elijah Golden. If they miss on him, then they'll figure some stuff out down the road. But right now, all the chips are on the table for Elijah Golden. And like we've said all along, 4 is the target number. And he would give them 4, and it'd be 4 impact players. So that is absolutely where they're looking to go with that. Yeah. Good question.
Irish Gordian Knot, 1 of 3. Here we go. Given the depth of modern football recruiting, is it theoretically possible for a class to have very few or no 5-star prospects, or has the sports talent development reached a point where elite caliber players are guaranteed annually? Are 5-star designations strictly limited to a fixed number of top prospects, 20 to 30 per class, or could an exceptionally talented year produce significantly more? Are these ratings based on a consistent standard of excellence over time or purely relative to each class?
Depends on the network. I don't believe on 3 and 247. They might. I don't know that 247 and on 3 have a definitive number of 5 stars. Rivals does. Rivals hands out 32 5 stars every year. Just that's what they're going to do. And the 33rd ranked player will not be a 5-star. I think that's stupid. If there's only 10 5-star players in a class that grade out as 5 stars, then you should only have 10 5-star players. If there's 45 5-star players that you grade out as 5-star players in a class, then there should be 45 5-star players. That's what makes some of this stuff so arbitrary. So and then you look at the recruiting ranking. So the number 32 player is going to give you automatically a way bigger jump than the number 33 player. So if you, and I'm just going to point this out. So if you get, here it is right now. So a 5-star player, I believe it's only the 5 stars. I'm going to give you an example from Rivals. I'm going to just pull this up here real quick and give you an example because I think only the 5 stars are 6.1 points. So right now, Rivals they only have right now 25 5 stars. They'll grow it to 32 because that's now one of their little get with that. So your 5 stars are 6.1 points. So right now, the number 25 player in the country is Brady Smeagol, who's going to Michigan. So the way they do their grading system, he's going to give you 150 points because he is a 6.1 grade. All right, so that's point number 1. So there you go. That's 150 points right there as the number 25 player. Then as the number 25 player in the country, he is then going to give you, let me find that number. He is going to give you 55 more points. So you're going to get 205 points just for getting number 25, Brady Smeagol. The number 26 player in the country is a quarterback named Jonas Williams. They are one guy apart. You're going to get 135 points because he is a 6.0 rating. And then instead of being the number 25 player, he's actually the number 26 player. So that is now 2 fewer points. So he's 53. So now you're going to get 188 points compared to 205 points because a guy is 1 spot lower. But one guy's a 5-star and the next guy's a 4-star. And it's an arbitrary cutoff that they'll eventually say, okay, we do these reveals, and every time there's a reveal, they add new 5 stars. It's all clickbait. They're going to have 32 5 stars. So why don't you just have your top 32 be 32? Well, then because we can't do the releases and make some big deal out of it and all that kind of stuff. I think it's nonsense. It's one of the many reasons I think these things are ridiculous. So I don't know the specifics for 247 and On 3 because I never worked for them. I was affiliated with Rivals when I was at BGI back in the day. And so I know how their system works. But I think it's silly to have like Scout, remember Vince back in the day, scout.com, they had 50. Every year, 50 guys are going to be 5 stars. That's nonsense. There are rarely 50 5-star players in the class.
Yeah.
There's rarely 32 5-star players in the class, like true 5 stars. It's like we see this all the time. When we took like the NFL draft, you'll hear people say like, well, this team only has 13 guys with first round grades. Well, 32 guys are going in the first round. So, I mean, but it's like, but your grade is your grade. That's just the reality of it. So, they are based on the same number, like for Rivals. I don't know specifically about On 3. I could do a quick search and see if they have the same number of 5 stars every year. But I do know for Rivals it's that way. And I think this is one of the many reasons I just tell people, look at them. It's a data point, but it's just a data point. Don't let it sway you in one direction or the other. Use it as a data point with all the other things. What's his offer list? Where's his offers coming from? Is it just kind of regional schools they all over? What kind of production did he have? What schools really want him? And this is something I used to argue with Benjamin Morrison. Guys, I don't care what his overall offer list is. I don't care what his rankings are. I don't care about any of that. Here's what I care about. Mike Mickens, Nick Saban, and Jimmy Lake all want him. That's all I care about. Because that's 3 of the best DB evaluators and coaches in the business. If they all want this kid from Phoenix, right, and it's Washington way up there, Bama from way down here, Notre Dame from way up there, they have no reason to put this much effort into that kid other than they know something that the recruiting services don't. And that is the fact that this is a dude. And I care more about that stuff than I do, he's ranked so-and-so by such and such. Those things don't matter. We all miss on those rankings. And that's why they shouldn't be given the kind of status I think that sometimes they are. It's just a data point. Shouldn't ignore them because it's a data point. But you shouldn't put too much stock in them.
Muhammad Abdi, Brian, what are a couple of things you think Notre Dame changes to make it a better program than they are currently? They're doing a lot of it.
Yeah. I mean,
because I would have said like a new building.
Yeah.
Got that going.
Yeah.
Better recruiting staff. They're doing that.
They're doing that. I mean, there's always ways to make it bigger. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that don't get a lot of credit, and I want to make sure I get this lady's name right. I gotta find her. I gotta find her name, but there's a lot of people that Notre Dame has done a lot from. They've done a lot with their support staff. They're doing a lot more with nutrition. I remember there was a dad of a team captain from like Leighton Kelly's tenure. He was at Notre Dame like in the late teens. And one of the things that he would complain about was just the nutrition program, because his son played at a big school. So he knew people that were at other places and like bigger schools and things like that. And so he kind of knew a lot of what other schools had. And he would constantly complain about like Notre Dame's nutrition program and that they just didn't do a lot. And a lot of these kids are going out eating, fast food and all that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things that Lauren Landau has really brought a lot of changes to is the nutrition part of it. And then there's a lady named Alexa Appleman, and she's the director of sports nutrition who does a lot, including, and I think this is such an important thing. She brings them into this big kitchen and teaches them to cook healthy meals. Like that's practical things. Like where there's I know so many young people, boys and girls, men and women, who would graduate college and not know how to cook. And like my mom taught me to cook when I was like 9. You know what I mean? But like, there's a lot that aren't. And they definitely don't know how to make healthy things. I'm a very good cook, and I have learned a lot the last year of just little changes you can make to food preparation to make it healthier. And so they're doing so many good things. So that way, okay, we'll do our best to take care of you, but now we're arming you with the tools to go take care of yourself. If it's important to you. So instead of spending, 20 some bucks on a pizza, how about you go to the grocery store, buy some ingredients, and then now for 30 bucks, you can feed yourself for a couple days, a couple dinners a day, and you can make it good and make it healthy and all that kind of stuff. I think it's so good that they're doing a lot more stuff like that. Those were a lot of things I used to complain about at Notre Dame that I'm looking now. I'm like, dude, I think they're trying to do more. There are some people at Notre Dame that I don't think really help the program. There's nothing you can do about that. But guys, honestly, right now, I mean, okay, maybe put a little bit more money here, maybe expand the analyst roles a little bit. I think the recruiting office could maybe get a couple more people. The other things
they will once they get more of a footprint where they can put those people too.
Yeah.
I think that is part of it. Like they literally ran out of space.
Yeah.
When we were in there the other day, like people are sharing offices and and I'm not saying that's an excuse. I'm just saying they literally
because they're expanding the staff way beyond the capacity they had. Right.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's a great point. The one thing I will say is this goes back to we've talked about. I just don't think Notre Dame as an institution does a great job promoting its players. Like I just don't think they do. I mean, they do some things here and there, but like other schools have way better operations for that. Like they do other schools do a better job of promoting their coaches than I think Notre Dame does. I think in this era of NIL, I think it's important. It's what we talk about. I don't care if it's us getting more access. You do it yourselves. Add more people to Fighting Irish Media. They do great work when they do it. Do more stuff that you're now promoting your players and letting people, see more about them. I think that's probably something they could do, but that's not something that's like, oh my God, they're not going to win football games because of it. It's really hard right now to find areas where, like you got to, Marcus Freeman, make sure that you don't get stale, make sure you don't get content if a coach isn't doing the job, no matter how much you may like the guy. If you can improve there, then improve there. Things like that. But man, dude, they've invested so much money into. I mean, Vince, just when you think about when I first started covering their team back in 2010, because you were covering their team back then too. That's when we met. This is back in 2010. You remember the press box that we were in back then? Remember the practice fields back then? You know what I mean? Like the fence with the gates, and you know what I mean? Yeah. Like remember how crappy the field was, and the stadium was old, and there was like no recruiting areas. That that there wasn't anywhere to eat. I mean, and now you look at it. I mean, it's just such a different animal, dude. It's so different. And it looks like Trev's power went out as he was blinking, and it looks like his eyes are shut. Just to see if he was still bring that. So he's still having some power issues there. But I mean, honestly, they're doing a lot of things that there he is. Trev, it froze on you when your eyes were shut. It looked like you were napping.
Just taking a quick.
I was like, no, his thing's frozen off on your
program. They good now? Yeah.
Sorry, dozed off for a second there. But I think they've done a lot of those things, guys, the last few years. I mean, they really have. They really have. Look, I hammered them when I thought they weren't doing enough, and now I'm gonna give them praise when they. I didn't hammer them because I like to be critical. I hammered because like, dude, you're not doing enough here. Now you're like, I used to complain about the nutrition program. Fixed. I mean, Alexa does a tremendous job. I mean, everybody I talk to just praises the job she does because again, it's not just providing food for them. What's the expression? Give a man a fish and you can feed him for a day. Teach a man how to fish and you can feed him for a lifetime. He can feed himself for a lifetime. It's the same thing here. You're not just giving them stuff. You're also giving them the tools to be successful on their own. And I think that's so huge. So, I like pointing out, and we all give Marcus Freeman credit and Mike Denbrock and the guy, Mike Mickens and the guys that deserve it, but that's why we like to mention Carter Allman and Harris Biven and Alexa Appleman and Becca Seitz and people that we're hearing are doing a great job because they're so instrumental. Marcus Freeman and Mike Denbrock and Mike Mickens aren't sitting there planning out how the recruiting weekend is going to go. That's the recruiting staff. And then Marcus Freeman's like signing off on it, or he's saying, hey, I want something like this. Figure out how to do it. And I think those things are all happening. And You got to give a lot of credit. Now, a lot of this is Marcus Freeman's vision. Hey, we need to be better here. We need to be better there. But there's other people on campus now that sometimes we laugh like, dude, who's this guy? Where'd this guy come from? Like, he started talking a couple years ago about this guy, and I still can't remember his name, but he's like head of the whole strength program. Like, they have a head of the strength program, but you're like, it makes sense because you have someone who can do a lot of the legwork to find those people to be innovative that the coaches don't have time to do. Correct. And at first you're just kind of like, dude, they hired another guy for something. And you're like, actually, this makes sense. It's a commitment to it that I think is, at the end of the day, is beneficial for the student athlete. And when these things are being done to benefit the student athlete, and I mean true benefit, not just let's hand them money, but let's help educate them, arm with the tools, the resources that are necessary to be successful young men and women, obviously talking about all the sports, when they leave Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That should be at the heart and soul of an academic institution, of an institution of quote unquote higher learning. Is I'm not just, your goal isn't to get a degree. Your goal is to get a real education, to be challenged to think and to do things and be successful in life beyond just these little areas. And I think Notre Dame is doing a way better job of that than they were 3-4, even a couple years ago, when I used to really hammer them. Are there areas that can get better? Maybe there's some more things they can do to help with mental health. I think there's always areas to improve there, but I got to give them credit. They've put money where their mouth is in a lot of areas with this stuff. And I think it's just that it all plays its little role in where this program is going. So yeah, good stuff.
James, ND fan. Do you think there is a comparison of Keon Keeley and Brendan Vernon being good high school players at defensive end and then moving to tackles? There's a lot of weight gained and techniques to learn.
I mean, I think they're different players, but there's techniques to learn, but I don't know that it's like moving from corner to running back. I think the weight gains I just don't think Brendan Vernon has the body type to gain the weight he's gained. I just think he's lost a lot of some of the athleticism that he had coming out of high school. And I think I graded him as like a top 150 caliber guy. And as he's gained weight, he's just lost some of the, I mean, we saw him at the Army All-American game and he was impressive. And I just think as he's gotten bigger, he's lost some of that juice that you really need to kind of be an impact player inside. So I've always said, get 20 pounds off of him and move him outside. Let him, that's the only place he's going to have a chance to compete. So, yeah. Yep. There we go. Here we go.
Dang it. Did it again. Over under. Just first of all, ND, it just means more. Over under 35 plus receptions and 400 plus yards for Greathouse, Faison, Pauling, and Raritan. What do you think, Trev?
So you can do it one of two ways, Trev. Either do it for all of them get there, or I actually kind of be curious to hear your answer, or do like each of them. If you don't think they're all going to get there, do each one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident in saying over 400 yards for all four of these guys. It's the receptions that I'm getting hung up on, because we're talking about 140 receptions between these guys, and that's before we count in Malachi Fields. That's before we count in any of the running backs. I think the receptions 35 per is going to be tough to get to. So yards is a consensus over for all four of these guys. But as far as receptions go, I would say Greathouse is over that. I think Raritan's over that. And then Faison and Pauling, just because I think they're going to be splitting a lot of reps. I think one of them might, but I'm not confident in saying who yet. And so that's where I'm at with that one. But that's tough. That's an interesting line that you set it at, ND. It is. But yards, I am confident that all four get over.
Got a big super chat here from Patrick. Patrick, thank you so much. IB team, this recruiting is off the chains, my dudes. So much to be excited about. Do you think we flip a guy or two this fall, winter, or after Golden? They are done. If possible, flip. Any chance we can grab another DT? Love you guys. Appreciate all you. Love you too, man. Really, really, really appreciate that. Very, very much. That's big time. look, if they get Elijah Golden, Caden Finley, Devin Fitzgerald, Braden Robinson, Nick Reddish, I think there's a chance they're done. I think what the staff would do is, and I think, Vince, maybe you said this yesterday, or maybe it was Sean or somebody said it, wasn't me, said I could see them kind of keeping their eye out for some guys that they then try to flip down the road, like during the season. That's possible. Maybe there's hey, we like our, group here, but, there's some positions they're done. They're not going to bring in a 7th offensive lineman. They're not going to bring a 6th wide receiver. They're not going to bring in a 3rd running back. I mean, there's some positions they're done, but if like some DBs out there that has a monster year could make it. I mean, remember the kid that they tried to get late, the reclassified to 2025 that they tried to add from Miami a few months ago? Like, I could see something like that. A linebacker breaks out that you really like. You've got room to add a guy there. I could see things like that, certainly. Or if, there's a kid who's not doing what he needs to do and they want to process him out because he's not doing what he needs to do, then you can maybe fill that void there. But I honestly, guys, I think because if they get all those players, they're 27. I think they're done. And I think now it's go focus on 2027. Because if there's a hole you need to fill for a year, let's go to the portal and fill that. And then go focus on 2027. So I think if they get all those guys, they'll be done. D-line is a position where I think I'm most likely they would try to maybe flip a Dre Quinn. If Elijah Golden picks somebody else, try to flip him. I don't think they're going to give up on him. If he picks Bama or Oklahoma or Virginia Tech, I could see how Washington be like, no, I'm not giving up on him because I want that guy. But I think that's probably the most likely position that they would maybe try to do something like that. But I think if, grabbing another DT, I think what they probably just do, guys, is just go to the portal and then focus on – because here's the reason why I say that too. Next year's D tackle class is loaded, and they've already got some dudes on the board. Braden Parks, Devin Robertson, Jeremiah Williams. There's a couple other guys that are already like, dude, they're really good players. They're top 100 guys, and Notre Dame's in a great place with them. So I think the focus would be more on that, where you worry, like, if you load up too much, then is it going to turn off some kids next year? When if you just needed a stopgap, you can go get a portal guy for a year. So I think the focus is really going to turn to 2027. That's where I think a lot of the attention is going to go.
Remington Jeans, my man Remington, what's up, man? Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I will be getting back to you, by the way, very soon.
He was at my place today checking out our concrete area today. That's why I was so sweaty when the show started. It's so hot outside.
Dude, it's awful. I was cleaning out my car, and it was, yeah. Anyway.
Hey, if you're from the area and you need some concrete work done.
Yes, this guy right here, 100%. 100%. He's getting my business here real soon. So anyway, Remington.
He met Angela was out there with him. I was like, oh crap, I'm gonna have to spend way more money now because now Angela's involved in what she wants in the project. I'm like, simple, let's get this and let's fix this. And she's like, well, what about this? And what about this? Something called what's it called? Stamped I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh, whoa.
Yes. I'm like, I am.
This isn't Verona. You don't need any stamped concrete. You're good.
Well, it's for the walkway to the fire. The fire.
Oh, gotcha.
In the back.
Okay.
It's not for the front. It's for the walk.
Gotcha.
Going down the deck out to the fire pit. It's for that.
Yeah.
Back there. So yeah.
Yeah. Good luck, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, Remington. What do you got here? What is the main difference in this coaching staff post-championship versus previous staff? Both had a chance to be great, and well, one is being that, and the other failed.
Yeah, I mean, simply put, this staff is still hungry. I think in previous regimes, they made it to that stage and they just kind of went, we did it. We made it farther than what people projected that we could. Whereas you have a staff right now in South Bend that's like, we got to where we wanted to and where we expected to get to through hard work and intentional action, and we fell short in the game that counted. And I think that kind of lit an additional fire under them than what they already had. And in previous regimes, it was a lot of satisfaction. Of look how far we got despite all of our handicaps and everybody was kind of voting again. Nobody even thought we'd get to this spot, and look how far we made it. And it was being content with where they reached it to. Whereas this coaching staff is very unsatisfied with the ending of last season, despite first major bowl win in 31 years and then did it again a week later, most wins in program history. There's a lot of coaches out there And I know for a fact the previous coaching staff, it would have been a lot of, well, hey, guys, like, look at how good we did. Let's just kind of go into this year and do the best that we can. And this coaching staff is very adamant that we, as fans, have not seen the best that they can. And so it's a very comforting feeling heading into 2025.
Yeah, that's a lot of it, Trev. I agree with that. It's part of what I was going to say also. I think I would add to it and say that one of the biggest differences is one coach has a desire to not just win, but to bring glory to Notre Dame and is committed to winning here. The other coach always viewed Notre Dame as a stepping stone. He just was never good enough to step anywhere else. And going into the playoffs, Marcus Freeman signs a deal, an extension with Notre Dame, announces, I'm not going anywhere, like brushes off any talk of anything other than, guys, I'm focused on this. And the media kept trying to distract him with, hey, you're the first this and you're the first that, and this is all cool. And he's like, hey, that's all great. And I want this opportunity, but I'm focused on this. Whereas the other coach is out there doing interviews with the Philadelphia Eagles around the title game. How can I use this team's success to go benefit me? Because this is all about me. And that's the biggest difference between Brian Kelly and Marcus Freeman is Marcus Freeman looks at it as an honor to be the head coach at Notre Dame. And he views himself as obviously a steward of the program where it's my responsibility, but Notre Dame is bigger than me. I'm the dude right now, but Notre Dame is bigger than me.
He's actually said that out loud.
Yes.
Like,
that's why he embraced Lou
Yeah.
Holtz in a way that Brian Kelly never did. That's
Right.
why alums love coming back now in a way they never did, because they feel valued, because he said, look, you guys are the reason this job even means anything. Otherwise, why not just be the coach at Defiance College? It's you guys built this into this, and now it's my job to then go live up to that standard. Where the other coach viewed it as, you are blessed to have me. You are honored to have me. And that's why one guy, I can't tell you how many times I have met somebody in this area and they tell me, hey, I bumped into Marcus Freeman here. I bumped into Marcus Freeman's wife over here. And every single time it's, what a nice guy. She was really polite. You see her and I thought she would have been this way, but she's this way. And she's very nice. And he's so genuine and he took the time to, and it's like, and then you hear stories of people that bumped into Brian Kelly and it's the complete opposite. Because it's like this, you're beneath me type of thing. He treated everybody that way. Marcus Freeman doesn't treat people that way. He views this as, I've been blessed to be here. Now, maybe that changes in 10 years and he wins 3 titles. I don't know, but I can only speak to who he is right now. And I think he also has a burning desire. Like, Vince, we can't reveal certain things from the meeting we had. But the one thing we can reveal that was part of the open thing is Marcus Freeman was there and he was talking and he was engaged. And then somebody asked him about Ohio State and immediately shoulders go down.
Demeanor
disposition changes,
Yes.
whole demeanor change.
Yeah.
And you could just see this, like, why'd you have to bring that up? You know what I mean? Like, and just a freaking, where in his whole thing is, we didn't do what we needed to do. And we did not play Notre Dame football. Whereas with Brian Kelly, it'd be something like, well, man, like a lot of people didn't think we'd have a chance. We played them closer than anybody else today. We only lost by 27 to Clemson. Bama lost by 28 to Clemson. You didn't say any of that. Any of that. It's one guy was always looking to run cover for himself. That was always talking the program down. Always saying, like, well, the only reason we're even winning the way we are is because of how great I am. That was pretty much everything that Brian Kelly believed. Well, the other guy keeps having this whole team glory over this thing. Team glory over personal glory, individual glory. And then he lives it. And those are the differences. And that's why one guy has a burning desire to never lose another game. And the other guy had a burning desire to get love and be told how great he is. That's the difference. Mm-hmm. And that's why one guy is hungry to go out there and do this thing and take it the next step. And the other guy's like, well, I'd rather go play golf.
He's just hungry for a chef.
Yeah, there you go. Couldn't win because he didn't have a chef. He's got 3 of them at LSU, and he still can't win a title. So, it is what it is. But no, I think those are things. It's just it comes. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into that, Remington, but it just comes down to one guy
it's
absolutely, positively embraces the standard at Notre Dame and doesn't use what makes Notre Dame unique as an excuse of why he can't win. He uses it as a reason we're going to win. And Charlie Weiss viewed it that way, and he just wasn't good enough to get it done. Lou Holtz viewed it that way. He was good enough to get it done. Ty didn't want to embrace that. Bob Davie didn't want to embrace that. Brian Kelly didn't want to embrace that. The one thing those guys all had in common is they would always use what the issues at Notre Dame that make Notre Dame unique as, well, they're the things that are keeping us from being successful. Brian Kelly did that all the time. Right. Marcus Freeman looks at it and says, no. These are things that are going to make us better. We're going to be tougher. We're going to be more mentally strong. We're going to be more mature. We're going to be more of this because you have to do things that nobody else has to do. That's how Lou was. And I think that's that right there sums up all of the other things we said. Is one guy believes in Notre Dame, the other guy believed in himself and felt that Notre Dame, he was a gift to Notre Dame. And the other guy views it completely differently. Doesn't mean that Marcus Freeman's not confident in himself. Doesn't think he knows what he's doing. Obviously he does, but he just views it differently. I think if you see him, when you see him talk about his parents, you ever seen how there's times when Marcus Freeman's countenance changes when he's talking about certain subjects. And when he talks about his parents, it's almost like when he talks about his dad, he automatically straightens up. You ever notice that? Like he kind of just changed, and it's you can see there's a respect there that he has for them, but he was taught that. His dad was in the Air Force, right? And you can just see that there was an appreciation for life's gifts that this man was raised with and has come to embrace. Whereas the other guy, I'm not saying he wasn't raised the right way, because I've met Brian Kelly's parents, and they're really nice people. That's only Kellys that have ever been like kind and generous, and I don't want to disparage them at all. But like he just, for whatever reason, just was like, no, I'm this. My what doesn't stink, and you bow down to me because I'm this. And that's how he always was. And I think that's a big reason why he and I were kind of like this all the time, because I'm like, no, nope. I'm not going to suck up to you just to get access. I don't work for you. I work for fans. That's who I work for. And yeah. That's a big difference. I love that question, by the way. Absolutely love that question. Thank you for that. We got a super chat here from Matt. I think it's 2011 GT. I think is his name, but it's shown up this way this time. So appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you very much for that.
Coach Bent, if you had to play a schedule like the late 80s, early 90s Notre Dame schedules with the 25 Notre Dame team, and the only choices to coach are BK, Franklin, or Rule, who do you have the most faith in to go undefeated?
It's like the most ironic question to bring up after what we just said.
I know, seriously.
But my answer is Brian Kelly, because he's the only one of those guys that's done that. Sure. James Franklin had an undefeated regular season. Nope. The year he won the only year he won the Big Ten, they lost 2 games in the regular season, including one like 49-10 or something like that to Michigan. You guys remember that back in 2016? Mm-hmm. Michigan beat them by 5 touchdowns, and they won the Big Ten that year. Matt Rule's had some good seasons. He's never gone undefeated. So there's only one guy in that list that's gone undefeated, and he's done it at Notre Dame twice, 3 times, 3 regular seasons. He lost in the ACC title game, but he went undefeated in 12, 18, and 20. So I'd have to go with Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I'd go undefeated regular season Brian Kelly. I would probably – oh, my goodness. Who would you guys pick for a postseason run, though?
I would just say, hey, look, man, let's just enjoy whatever game we play in. And then understand we're going to be able to get on the road a little faster than Georgia and Ohio State and Alabama and teams like that. So that's pretty much how it'd go. I mean, honestly, it'd probably be Matt Rule, because he's the only one that hasn't shown that he can. He's going to fail in that setting.
Yep.
I mean,
that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, I've seen what the other two do in big games, and so I'm willing to take a chance on the third guy.
Doesn't Matt Rule have a couple really good postseason wins, or am I misremembering that? No, they lost in the Sugar Bowl. I thought that Baylor had a really good postseason win, but no, they lost to Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. I thought they maybe it wasn't when he was there, but yeah, he hasn't had any of those big wins either. So his two big bowl wins, he beat Vanderbilt in the Texas Bowl, and he beat old Boston College last year in the Pinstripe Bowl. So
got him.
I mean, honestly, postseason, you'd almost kind of have to go with James Franklin and just hope that you get a G5 team, because he's had some really good postseason wins against G5 teams. Beat Memphis in the Cotton Bowl. Hey, you know what? But in all seriousness, he did. I believe, didn't they beat Chris Peterson in the Rose Bowl? I believe he did. And then I'm pretty sure that Penn State beat Washington in the Rose Bowl with James Franklin. So yes, in 2022, Penn State it was Utah in the Rose Bowl. Kyle Whittingham in Utah. That's who it was. So I was incorrect, but they also won the Fiesta Bowl over Washington. Oh, so I was correct. It was the Fiesta Bowl. In 2016, they beat Washington in the Fiesta Bowl. So no, it's 2017 season. And that was team coached by Chris Peterson. And that was, I believe, the year after Washington played in the college football playoffs. It was the year after that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, James Franklin's the only guy in this group that's had any real postseason success. Think about that. Think about that. That's crazy.
Yep, James Franklin was unfortunately going to be my answer as well.
Yeah.
BK on the 2025 team, they either would have went undefeated in the regular season and got worked in the first round of the playoffs, or found some way to go 8-5 and absolutely work Rutgers in the Music City. There is no in between of how that season.
It's like one of the best answers you've ever given on this.
I'm telling you, man. They would go undefeated and lose to Georgia in the first round of the playoffs in Athens by a not close game, or they would go to the Music City Bowl and play Rutgers and win 31-10.
That is such a great answer. He would have gone undefeated and got worked in the postseason, or would have found a way to go 8-5 and would have worked Rutgers in the Pinstripe Bowl.
Dude.
It would have acted like it was the national championship, like in the post game. Oh, yeah.
That's so great. That is so great. That is very well done, man. Oh.
From John A1, is the rover still a position that Notre Dame uses? I always thought of the position as a hybrid between safety and linebacker, but the guys recruited there grow into traditional linebackers.
It is. It's just not as prominent as it was before. I mean, Teddy Rizak can still play that. Jaden Osbury can still play that. I just think they're going to more of a traditional nickel now.
Yeah.
And I do think there's some things that you'll see them do with like a third safety at times, perhaps, and that's why they're recruiting some of the guys they're recruiting. But it's not in the way that they had used it with like Jack Kaiser and Drew Tranquil and guys like that. It's not like that anymore. But of course, a new coach can always change that.
Aiden Benami, seems like Coach Freeman has changed his stance a bit on committed recruits taking visits to other schools. Has this changed? And your thoughts?
He's not a fan of it. I don't think they have the same rule of we're treating you like you're uncommitted. I don't think they're doing that anymore for a host of reasons. And number one being, hey, we can compete in the NIL sphere. So, but number two is, it's like they're the hot program now. So if you want to go somewhere else, you can. But I do think if kids take the stance is changing, that if a kid takes a visit to another school, they're going to start looking to replace them. But it's not the same way where it's like, if you do this, you're out of the class. It's not like that anymore. But it's still frowned upon, certainly frowned upon. And it's partly why you see them not pushing for kids to commit the weekend of a visit. Go home, talk to your family, make sure this is what you want to do. Because if you still want to take visits, don't commit. Make sure that it's what you want to do, as opposed to other schools like talking kids into committing and trying to convince them not to take visits. I think you're going to lose more kids like that down the road, because kids are going to be like, man, I wish I would have done this. I wish I'd have gone here and do all that. And I think it's adapted. So it's not as hard and fast, but they still don't like it. They still don't like having those kids on campus. And I can't think of any committed kids that they had on officials this year. Can you? Like committed somewhere else? I can't think of any. So I don't think he likes it, but I don't think it's the same hard and fast. If you do this, you're out thing. Yeah. All right, let's get to some more here, guys. We've got another one from, let's get somebody we haven't gotten yet. Let's go Tommy Guns, my guy.
Oh, boy. Over under 2.5 position units played by Joey O'Brien during his Notre Dame career.
I'm going to go under, Trev. I mean, when I think units, I think not 2 safety spots, but 1 safety unit.
Mm-hmm.
Corner, I would say, is a unit, and then receiver is a unit. I think it's under. I don't think he's going to play all 3 of those in college.
Yeah, I'm going under as well.
Not in a game. Not in a game.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think he sticks on defense personally.
Agree.
Christopher Crosby, Wisconsin's schedule is brutal this season. If things go south for them this year, where do you think that leaves Luke Fickell as far as job security?
Well, how secure is a job you no longer have? I'm curious about that.
In other words, he's going to get fired. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he may not have a job anymore. I don't know if Wisconsin's at the point now where they're going to fire him, but I think if things go south this year, I do think he enters 2026 in a if you don't win now, you're done mode.
Yeah,
and because this is going to be year 3 for him, right?
Correct.
And so I mean, look, they went 5-7 last year, I believe. Let me pull that up. Yeah, so they went 5-7. No, yeah, this is going to be year 3 because he took over and coached them in the bowl game. They went 7-6 in his first year, went 5-7 last year, and on top of the 5-7 guys, it wasn't even just that they went 5-7. They had a lot of bad losses, and this is kind of how I've pointed to it. Like, they lost by 32 to Alabama. They lost by 17 to USC in a game. They lost 38-21 to USC. I believe in the second quarter at one point in time, it was like 21-3 and lost 38-21. And then you go out and you get blown out by Penn State, 28-13. It's not that bad of a blowout, but it's still you got beat convincingly. Iowa beat you 42-10. You got lost by 32 there. Nebraska, you go to Nebraska, they beat you by 19, and then you coach you at home by Minnesota in the last game of the year. You lose by 17. Your only single-digit loss was at home to Oregon. Like, go figure. And then the teams they beat weren't impressive. You beat Western Michigan by 14. You beat South Dakota by 14. You blew out Purdue. You blew out Rutgers, and you blew out Northwestern. Like, no one cares. You're Wisconsin. This year, Trev, they play at Bama, at Michigan,
schedule, man.
at Oregon, at Indiana, at Minnesota, and they have home games against Maryland, Iowa, Ohio State, Washington, and Illinois.
There's a world where they win 1 or 2 league games. There is a very realistic world where that exists. And look, Miami of Ohio is a good MAC team.
Mm-hmm.
And, I can't say that I know a whole lot about Middle Tennessee State, but I would say the Miami of Ohio game is not a gimme. Now, they should win that game. They should win that game.
Deion Coles is going to do some things against Wisconsin, baby.
Just saying.
I'm feeling it.
I'm a big Miami of Ohio fan in general, but there's a world where they win like 3 games this year, 3-4 games. Yeah. And that will not – like, you could get canned after winning 3 or 4 games.
If they're that bad, it's possible. If they go 5-7 again, I think he's going into the hot seat in 2026. If they're worse than 5-7, I think he's done. And I'm not rooting for that. I'm
not rooting for that either.
To get fired. I'm just being honest.
I'm just saying that's a reality, though. I mean, that's a brutal schedule, man. Like, that's a brutal schedule for anybody in the Big Ten, but for a team that's coming off a 5-7 season, that's even more brutal. This
is the schedule that USC thinks that they have to why they don't win. Had to get that in. I'm sorry, but
Trevor's on fire today, man.
Yeah, you are.
He is on fire, man. I like it when his power's going out and he's all cranky because there's no AC in the house. He brings the heat during the mailbag, man.
Because he's accurate, man. That is such an accurate statement.
This is what USC thinks their schedule is. That's a very, very well done.
But in all seriousness, this schedule is nasty. I mean,
it is.
This is as crazy as it is to say, Vince, I don't think you're far off in thinking that they go away with 2 conference wins. I mean, it's I will say Washington at home, I like that they don't play them on the road because Washington was undefeated in Husky Stadium last year.
And not very good away from home.
No.
I mean, their conference road games, they lost to Rutgers, got blown up by Iowa, got blown up by Indiana, got blown up by Penn State, and got blown out by Oregon. They literally did not win a single game. The only game they won away from home last year was a game they played in Seattle against Washington State. And then Maryland at home. I feel good about those two.
I mean,
I don't feel great about Iowa at home. I don't feel great about Ohio State at home. I don't feel great about Illinois at home. Yeah.
They got some tough road games. I mean, going on the road to Alabama, going on the road to Michigan, going on the road to Minnesota. I mean, you guys were talking yesterday about, how good their running back room could be.
Yeah.
So, and that's going to be the last home game or the last game of the season, November 29th. That's kind of when you got to lean on a run game. You know what I mean? So,
yeah,
I don't know, man. There's not a lot of gimmies on this schedule is all I'm saying.
No.
And it's not even a 100% given that they go 2-1 and they're out of conference either. I mean, Miami of Ohio is a quality program.
Correct.
I mean, that's now they get them at home. They get them in Madison, but I mean, at best, you're 2-1 going into very rough conference play. I mean, they're going to be fighting for wins every single Saturday from October 4th until the end of the year. That's that's brutal.
I don't think I've looked at their schedule this year, and that's tough, man.
I still can't get over that's the schedule USC thinks they have.
It is, man.
So well done.
It is
so well done. You're 100% right. That's what USC's telling themselves. This is why we can't play Notre Dame.
We can't play Notre Dame.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because of the schedule that is not in Wisconsin's like, I don't want to hear you say jack about your conference schedule.
No,
right.
Because we literally have to play. Is it all four? No, they don't get Penn State. They get 3 of the 4 quote unquote powerhouses in the Big Ten this year, and 2 of them are on the road. And the only one you get at home is the best team in the league, in Ohio State. That's not pleasant.
On their schedule, they have the 2023 national champions, the 2024 national champions, and then they're on the road against the Big Ten winners last season.
And they're also at home against the 2023 national runners-up.
They're on the road with college football playoff team from last year.
Yeah. I mean, that's –
And you're hosting who people think could be a sleeper in the Big Ten in Illinois. A lot of people talking about Illinois.
I mean, you're playing 4 teams that were in the semifinals in the last 2 years: Bama, Michigan, Ohio State, and who's the fourth one? It's Alabama, Michigan, Ohio State, and Washington. And that doesn't even include the fact that you got to go on the road to play the team that's the number 1 seed in the playoffs last year and got knocked out by the eventual national champion. So
right. And then IU, of course, too.
Yeah, and Illinois is no slouch either. It's just like, good Lord.
That's a brutal schedule, man.
Yes, it is. It is not an easy schedule. Now, the one thing they're going for them is they did make an offseason change personnel-wise. They're going back to, I believe, more of a run-based offense, which is smart. They have a quarterback that they brought in from Maryland who's a quality athlete that can run. And I like their young backs. I do. I think Dupree and Jones are 2 young backs that I think are good. If they can run the system that I think they need to run, I just don't know where their offensive line is after a couple years of Phil Longo. That's a bigger concern that I have in that regard. Yeah. Mark Avalone, how are you, man?
All right, Mark. How does the football walk-on process work at Notre Dame? Is it mostly preferred invited walk-ons, or do they have a tryout every year to make the team? How will the 10 limit change it?
That I don't know. The last part, I don't know how it's going to change, but it's different. I mean, there's preferred. Everyone's invited. They do have walk-on tryouts for students that are on campus. As of this last year, they still had them.
Did they have those? Okay.
I've seen those, yeah. But a lot of them are guys that they are preferred or invited. Preferred are you have a spot.
Correct.
Invited is you have an opportunity to earn a spot. And that's one of the differences. But, I honestly the process, a lot of those guys, it's like they're recruited, but there's only certain, like there's certain rules about what they can and can't do during recruiting with guys who end up being walk-ons, and I'm not quite sure what those rules are, but how it's gonna change. I think you're gonna still see some of the same type of walk-ons they've had in the past. You just may not have as many of them. But what's his name? The cornerback Mickey. Is it Mickey Brown? Like he's not the same kind of walk-on as like Max Anderson or Leo Scheidler, who were guys that were like more preferred walk-ons. Because you watch Leo Scheidler play, you're like, this dude could play for some FBS teams, but he wanted to get the degree from Notre Dame, and he's not an NFL guy. And it's like I've said this before, Leo Scheidler is a better wide receiver than some past former walk-ons that actually played a wide receiver. I mean, you guys remember the catch he made in the did they air this on TV? The catch he made in the 7-on-7 portion of the Blue Gold game, was that on TV?
I'm not sure.
We saw it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do know which one you're talking about. I don't know if they aired it or not.
I think I looked at you. I was like, see, I keep telling you, this kid can play. He's a position where there's just some guys that are better in front of him. But
yeah,
like that's a different kind of walk on than like Charles Dew or, like Jerry Rollo, some of those guys. Not that those aren't good football players, but it's just, there's just different types of them. They're all guys can hold their own. Otherwise they wouldn't be in uniforms. It's not like some rich guy's kid who's never put on a pad and he just wants to be on a team. It's these guys all were good high school football players to some degree. It's just some guys are even better. And that's the difference.
If I was to guess, because they are invited up to 10 spots, it will be more leaning towards the preferred or invited walk-on type deals, as opposed to having open tryouts, because they just won't have the space. I mean,
I don't think they're gonna have open tryouts, but I do think you're gonna see some people who trying to think how to say this. They're still gonna see some spots available for certain kids who have influential family members.
Oh, 100%. And they'll be preferred. Right. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like they'll have a spot on the team, and that will be a setup situation. It won't be they come out of the woodwork and go to a tryout and all of a sudden make the team. Because before you could have as many kids on the team as you wanted, and so you could make space for some of those kids. Maybe there's a kid on campus that is good enough to be a scout team kid for you, that kind of a deal. That kind of an opportunity, I think, is going to go by the wayside, unfortunately, because of the roster cap. Now, the fortunate part about the whole situation is those 10 guys will probably get school paid for, even though they're not officially scholarship players, because of the way things are going. So there's a give and a take to it, right? I mean, Marcus Freeman basically said, he's like, our walk-ons, if they have issues paying for school, like, we're going to make sure they get taken care of. That wasn't the case in the past. They were literally paying $80,000 a year, And so it does change the dynamic a little bit. They're just not going to have the spots anymore.
And sometimes parents of preferred people get scholarships.
Yeah. Yes, they do. It's helpful.
Oh, especially a local quarterback from a few years ago.
Medically retired. Sick fish. All right, Fish, thank you very much. How would you utilize all of the talent and different skill sets at running back while still making sure Love and Price can get in a rhythm?
I think kind of how they did last year. When you start it, that's our running back for the series. Now, if we get into a third down, we have our third down back. You're coming off the field. I think the way you get into the rhythm is you don't look over the sideline. Am I coming off this play? Am I coming off this play? Am I coming off this play? It's like, no, this is your series. If it's third down and we yell a certain package, you're coming off. That's just, but if you convert the third, so like it's Jadarian's series. You guys remember that 16-play drive? I think they put Jeremiah in for like a play or two just to kind of give Jadarian a breather. And then Aeneas came in on a couple third downs. But then as soon as you convert the third down, Jadarian's right back in there. That was his series. Well, Jeremiah had the previous series. Well, why did Jadarian play more snaps in the first half? Because Jeremiah's series went one play and Jadarian's series went 16 plays. They ended the same place in the end zone. So I just think it's that. It's allow a guy to get into a rhythm. Just know, hey, this is your series. Let's go get some work done. I think when guys have an understanding of I know when I'm going to play, it makes it a lot easier for them to get into a rhythm. And you got to be careful. Like, okay, look, we were going to give Jadarian 2 series, but his drive went 14 plays and Jeremiah hasn't been on the field in a minute. like we're going to, but that communication is happening on the sideline, and it still makes it easier to handle that. But it's just have a plan and stick to that plan. Whatever the plan is. So that way everybody knows when they're on the field. Nobody's like, oh shoot, I'm coming off now. Or, oh, I got to get on. Like we see in movies like, oh, Jimmy, get in there. It's like, it's not like that. It's like, there's a plan in place. If a guy runs a deep route and he's peeling off the sideline and somebody's running in for him, I mean, you have a plan for those things. And that's the key. Have a plan and everybody knows what the plan is and you stick to it.
Yep. In addition to that as well, I would also say 21 personnel could be more of a factor too, just because of how deep you are in that room as well. So, I went back recently and I watched the Purdue game actually, and they, in the first half, utilized 21 personnel quite a bit in that game. And I think that's also going to play a factor in making sure that your two top guys still getting a rhythm, but utilizing the different skill sets of Kedron Young, Aeneas Williams, Jabron Payne, the laundry list of guys that they have in that room. So,
Zach Nichols, let's say Notre Dame finishes with 3 receivers left on the board. Who among the past targets would have taken this position group to another level? Salmon, Warren, etc. Which kid hurt them? Which miss hurt the most?
I'd say probably Connor Salmon is probably the one that hurt the most. I mean, Jaden Warren was on the board for 5 minutes. So I don't know that you could even get to know him well enough to know before he was like off the board. And Connor Salmon's a guy that I just thought for a while there, I thought Notre Dame had a great shot to get, and then just boom, out of nowhere, he commits to Clemson. So I'd say that one is probably the only one that really stung. It was only because it's like, it only stings if it's like a guy you thought you were going to get. And there are other guys that, thought they had a shot at. I don't know if I thought they're going to get him. They were recruiting Naeem Burrows, but I never thought like, oh man, I think they have a shot at Naeem Burrows. He never visited. Like, it is what it is. So I'd say Connor Salmon's the one that one stung a little bit. But they're going to recover nicely, in my opinion, if they finish with the 3, because like the premise of the question is, let's say they get all 3. That's a very nice recovery. And I think Devin Fitzgerald is a bit of a late bloomer that you're looking at. Like I would have said, if you'd have told me back when Connor Salmon committed, like, don't worry, they're going to replace him with Devin Fitzgerald, I'm like, oh, whatever, dude. That's not good. Now it's like, okay, Connor Salmon's still a dude, but I'm a lot more comfortable with what's in the class. Because at the end of the day, the way I evaluated class is not who they missed on. You talk about the misses, but it's you evaluate who they got. And if they get those 3 receivers to go with Bubba Frazier and Dylan Faison, that's a really good receiver class. Really, Bubba Frazier is a very good football player. And I watched this film the other day just to kind of refresh on it. I was like, yep, that's a good football player. Really good football player.
McCord family. Would you take a playoff appearance every year for the next 10 years without a title, or one national title and a bunch of 8-4, 7-5 seasons for 10 years after that? And we could probably ask a Michigan fan how this would work.
Oh, dang. You guys are bringing it today. Vince has been like waiting on that one too. He saw that question like an hour and a half ago and he said, oh, when this question comes up, I am going to bring the heat. Vince is like doing the "you got served" dance right now in his head. Honestly, this
is hard.
Look, it's in the season that you're winning the title. My answer would be, I'd want the title, but in my position as someone running a business,
sure,
and as someone who just doesn't like
mediocrity,
yeah. It's like, okay, you won a title, but like there's a lot of years that sucked. It's like,
yeah,
if would you rather have 10 good years of marriage or like 1 great year and 9 years that sucked? It's like, well, like
that's a really
good years,
Okay, if you're gonna put it that way, it makes it real easy.
So I'd probably go with the years. Now, again, we're talking about playoff appearances. I'm assuming that in some of those years they make runs deep into the playoff. It's not like if it was 10 years of one and done, then I'd take the title, because a one and done every year is not a whole lot different than going 8-4, in my opinion. I mean, it's really not that much different. You're one of 16 teams to get in. You may be 8-4 some of those years, you know what I mean? And like that doesn't impress me. But if it's like, okay, in those 10 years, you're in the title game 2 times, you're in the semifinals 4 other times, you're in the quarters, and you get knocked out in the first round a couple times, that's a really good run. And it'll leave you with the optimism of, okay, next year's our year, where after a while, it's just like, okay, we suck. And then you're going through how many coaching changes during that period of time. And, just, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of depressing to read this question. I don't like it.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go with the Title one. I'll be the odd man out. Just, I want to see Notre Dame win one, man, before I die. And I am, outside of this question, in all seriousness, I'm confident that will happen. But in pertains to this question, I want to see win one, because I don't know how much my heart could take always making a run in the playoffs or getting to the national title game X amount of times in this 10-year span, and then just always knowing that they're just going to fall short. And then at some point, if they're going 7-5 and 8-4, I would hate doing it. But at some point in that season, I was like, all right, they're just not going to make a playoff run this year. Like, they're not going to make the playoffs this year. Whereas if every single year they're getting to the quarters, the semis, or the national title game, and then they're just going to lose it, that would just be, that'd be rough too. But at least one of them might get a national championship out of.
You would feel differently if you had to do this job during those stretches, because your only time doing this job is right now, which is pretty freaking great.
Yeah.
Covering this team when it's 7-5 is pretty flipping miserable, because you can't just turn it off.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. You've talked about you just turned off the 19 Michigan games. You can't do that doing this job. Like, Trev, I'm sorry you were upset as a fan, but this is your job.
We got to watch
the game.
And over.
Oh, believe me. I get it.
And
I watched.
Break it down tomorrow. It's just like.
Oh, I get it. My second game ever working this job was Northern Illinois.
But a week later, they won by 135. So, they made up for it pretty quickly. So.
Fair enough.
It's always nice to have a Purdue on the schedule.
Yeah, exactly. It really is. Yeah, but see, that I get what you're saying, but like that went away in a month.
Yeah.
Whereas we're talking about a decade of just, at my age, this is the awesome difference between someone who's almost 50 and someone who's in his 20s still. Like, give me that one title. I've experienced one. Like, I don't have to do that for the last 10 years of my life. That would suck, Yeah. Ooh, let's hope we don't have to deal with that. Thanks for ruining the mood, McCord family. Really appreciate that. And thanks for bringing everybody down. Oh, my goodness.
Zach Nichols will bring us back up. Looking to the future, how excited are you at the possibility of Blair and O'Brien as a safety tandem? Have we ever seen that combination of length and size at safety in college football in the last 20 years?
No. No. We've never seen a team that I know of start 2 6'5" guys at safety. No. And with that kind of length, no. There was didn't the Seahawks one year start a 6'3" and a 6'4" corner? Didn't they have a kid named Browner that was like 6'4"? Brandon Browner. Wasn't he like 6'4"? Didn't they play together in the NFL? But you had that Seahawks had a secondary, I think Cam Chancellor was on the team around that time too. So you had like a 6'3", a 6'4", and a 6'4" guy in the secondary. That's in the NFL though.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever seen that in college. No, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, Brandon Browner was 6'4", Cam Chancellor was 6'3", and then Richard Sherman was 6'3".
Yeah.
So
none of those guys are as tall as what Notre Dame's two safeties would be. So no, I haven't. I've seen Notre Dame have some backcourts with that kind of size, but I've never seen the football team have a secondary at that size. So no, it's
unique.
How excited am I about it? I'm excited about it tremendously because those are two excellent football players. Even if they were 6 feet tall and were elite football players, I'd still be excited. But the fact that they're elite football players and they're also 6'5", like they're not elite because they're 6'5" only. They're 6'5" gives them tools. Like there was a play that somebody put out on Twitter the other day of a clip from Joey O'Brien at the Rivals thing. And he's like, he's got his hands on the guy's chest and he's like, it looks like he's 3 feet away from the guy. It's just like, you got to be kidding me. He's so long. And there was another play where it's like, well, there's no way he's going to get to that pass. And it's just like, yep, he's going to get to that pass. And Jadon was the same way. It's it's going to be fun to watch those guys. And then you bring in 6'3" Bronte Johnson as part of that conversation too. Like, let's not forget about Bronte, but it's like, cause and the reason that matters is because if you're building a secondary around a couple guys that are 6'5", and then your rotation guy is Rod Hurd, you got to change the way you cover. And that's not meant to say that Rod Hurd wasn't a good football player, because he was the number one rotation safety for a team that went 14-2 and had one of the best pass defenses in college football. The point is, Rod Hurd's going to play the game a whole lot different than Jadon Blair and Joey O'Brien. Whereas when you're let's say it's some sort of 3-man rotation of Jadon, or let's say 4-man rotation, and it's Jadon, Joey, Bronte, and Ethan Long. Like, you're running the same stuff no matter who's on the field, because they're all really long and really rangy and good football players. Whereas if you're going from one of them and then, as both safety spots, and then you're bringing in a 5'10" guy, that's a little bit different. So, yeah, I mean, it can impact things. It's just you got to have some awareness. But, dude, I'm super excited to watch those guys play. Like, I can't tell you how excited I am to watch those guys play. Yeah. It's just, I'm real fired up about it.
Yeah,
really
it's going to be electric.
Yeah.
Coach Bent, you are able to take any former Notre Dame player from 2000 to 2024 and place them on this team. But every play that player is on the field, a current walk-on must also be on the field. There's a second level to this.
Yep, there is.
Apparently. Okay. Do you take anyone, and which walk-on do you play with them? Buckner doesn't count since he was a scholarship player in the past.
Oh, boy. I got to think is it worth it being able to play Max Anderson at center to get Quentin Nelson? Honestly, it'd have to be his question was it a current walk-on?
Yes, current.
Honestly, and this goes back to the question I had earlier. Would I be willing to have Michael Floyd or Golden Tate or Will Fuller on the team, knowing I had to play Leo Scheidler? Heck to the yes, because Leo Scheidler's a good football player. And, yeah, I'd be willing to maybe consider that. So, like, if let's say I have to take a former player, like, I have to make a choice. I can't just say, no, I'm good. Let's say you have to make a choice. There's two positions where I would look at it because of the quality of the walk-on players, and that's wide receiver and tight end.
I got my walk-on.
So, like, if I could have, okay, you're giving me back Tyler Eifert, and I'm playing Henry Garrity as my second tight end, okay, I can live with that in 12 personnel. Or if you're going to say, okay, you're going to give me Michael Floyd although, with Malachi Fields, maybe that's not as necessary, but Michael Floyd is still better. But let's say you're going to give me Michael Floyd or CJ or Will Fuller or somebody, Golden Tate, and I had to play Leo Scheidler as one of my 3 receivers. Okay, I can roll with that because he's a darn good football player. So one of those two would be my pick, and you can't pick special teams, Vince. You have to pick a position player, but I'm joking. But yeah,
no, but that wouldn't make sense though, because they're not on the field at the same time.
Well, so, I take any like
so I wasn't
like
going
a
that direction.
Great kicker, and then they give me a walk-on snapper is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I got you.
But I would go tight end or receiver are the two positions I would consider that, because that's where I think they have walk-ons, and I'm like, dude, if we've talked about Henry Garrity on the show before, like that kid maybe might be able to help you out someday. And we talked about that before his dad got hired at Notre Dame. But we talked about that when they signed him, or when they you know what I mean, when he committed to Notre Dame. And I've said I probably mentioned Leo Scheidler 20, 30 times on the show as a guy like, dude, this guy can play. I mean, just like, don't sleep on this kid if he ever is thrust into a role to help you, this kid can help you. He'd be the other one. I remember watching his high school film. I think I sent his high school film to you at one point in time, Vince, back in the day. I know I sent it to somebody. Like, dude, this is a walk-on? Like, okay. Like, so that would be one. That would be mine. One of those two would be mine. What say you, Vince?
So I agree with all of the former players that you would bring on, and I'm totally good with all of those things. The walk-on I would use is Justin Fisher because he's a little more versatile. I could use him at H. I could put him at – I could attach him.
So
I could put him in the backfield.
Is it kind of the thought process like if you could get Tyler Eifert?
Yeah, 100%.
Knowing you had to use Justin Fisher.
Yep.
Okay.
Or if I'm bringing in, Michael Floyd or Golden Tate or something, and I could, put him as like an H-back, kind of moving around, coming off the edge and blocking somebody.
So you're not even looking at the same position. You're saying, okay, I like that.
You know what I mean? Like Jay Fish could do the job for me.
There's 3 walk-ons at Notre Dame that I think could help this football team. And we just named them all. And right. Justin Fisher's a good one. I didn't even think about Justin Fisher. That's a really good one, Vince.
Yeah.
But Justin Fisher, Henry Garrity, and Leo Scheidler are all 3 kids that if they had to play for Notre Dame, I'd be like, all right, let's see what you can do, kid. Like, I'm not like, oh, God, how are they going to win this weekend? They have to play Leo Scheidler in the slot. Right. This is going to suck. They're just going to kill. No, I wouldn't feel that way. I wouldn't. I'd feel like, all right, you got your next Chris Fink. Let's go roll. Let's go play. Mm-hmm. Justin Fisher's a good one because you could also hand him the football.
He can run the ball. He can block. He can catch the ball. Like there's a lot. I picked him because of his versatility. Yeah. There's some different things I could do with him. And remember, he was also a option quarterback in high school too. So, there's some things you can do. So now my answer is going to change a little bit if we're going that route. Give me Joe Alt and Justin Fisher or Leo Scheidler. There you go. I mean, cool. Right. Let's do it. I like it where your head's at, Vince. Yeah.
Could you imagine Joe Alt being on this football team?
Let's go. Like, yeah. I'm there.
That's a good one, Coach Bent. Trev, what about you, man?
That was a fun one.
Well, I had to do a little bit of looking up because I couldn't remember if Teddy Rizak was a walk-on or not.
He is not. He's a scholarship guy.
I thought he was for
the other Rizak.
Anthony is though,
right?
So that kind of takes out what I was going to say. So I'm kind of falling in line with you guys offensively. Because if Teddy Rizak was one, I was like, start him at Rover. Just don't go nickel. Mm-hmm. Worst places to be in with a 6'3", 220-pound linebacker. And then I would just bring back
who runs a 4.5. Yep.
Then I would just bring back.
But that's why he's not a walk-on, Trev.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And then I would have brought in like some edge rusher, whether it be Justin Tuck or Stephon Tuitt or Isaiah Foskey or any one of those guys.
Yeah.
To that room.
And remember, folks, his question said you can't use Tyler Buckner. Right. Because he was a scholarship player. He did because somebody was like, Buckner's a walk-on now, right? He said you can't use Buckner because he was originally a scholarship.
That was the caveat. That was the caveat at the end. Yeah.
Yep.
But even if Buckner was available, I don't know that I would go that route. Maybe I would.
I would. Yeah, I would. Like, to your point, as a gimmicky, short yardage guy, yes. Yeah.
Right.
That would have been an easier one to go with.
All right, John A1. In 10 years, how do you think that the Notre Dame versus Clemson game will be viewed? Will it be a heated rivalry or be seen as a major conference type game? Even though Notre Dame is an independent, they're contracted with the ACC.
I don't think it'll be considered a heated rivalry. I think it'll be considered a big rivalry. Part of this also depends on who's the head coach at Clemson, because if Dabo's still the head coach in 10 years, and I don't know that he will be,
it'll still be solid.
It'll be a respected rivalry because I think Dabo has respect for Notre Dame.
Yeah,
and I think, and I know that Marcus Freeman has respect for Coach Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, and I believe that that feeling is mutual, and you could just kind of see the way that Dabo talked about Notre Dame after the last 2 games, that there's a respect there for what this Notre Dame football team is doing, especially, now I'm hearing some things from people close to the Clemson program that are saying things like they view, if we're going to get back to prominence, Notre Dame is going to be one of those teams we're going to have to beat. And so I think it'll be a very intense rivalry. There might be some heated moments in games, but it's not going to be like Notre Dame Miami. It'll be a rivalry where there's a lot of respect, because if we want to be a champion, we got to beat this football team. They're recruiting, they're going against each other for recruits a lot more now than they used to, because Marcus Freeman found that one aisle that Brian Kelly could never find to shop down for recruits. I think in the media, it'll be viewed as partly at times as a conference game. but I think there's less of that now. That if they go to a 11 AQs out of 16 or whatever, then I think you'll see some of that. But if it's still like 5 and 11, 5 AQs and 11 at larges, then I don't think it'll be viewed as an ACC game as much. What I think it could do, however, is when Clemson, if when Clemson beats Notre Dame, it does give the ACC a boost because you're going to have beaten one of the powerhouses. And even when Clemson plays them tough, I think it gives the ACC, it will give the ACC in ways it doesn't now, a boost. So, yes, I think there's something to that part. But I think it'll be an intense rivalry, but an intense rivalry built down around respect, not so much heated. Now, if Clemson replaces Dabo with some coach who just likes to talk trash and doesn't respect the Notre Dame program and he wants to run his mouth, then it might turn heated then. But I'm not doubting. I'm not saying Dabo's gone soon. I have a buddy of mine who's like, I think Dabo's gone next year too. And I was like, he's not recruiting like it. He's recruiting like he's ready to go on another run. That's how he's recruiting right now. We'll see if that happens or not. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what this rivalry play out.
Yep. I was a big fan of it when they did it. So I think it just makes a lot of sense for both sides and the conference. Irish Gordian Knott, can you give specific stories or examples of times when former Notre Dame players have benefited personally from the Notre Dame Alumni Association? I always hear about how great it is.
I don't want to give specific examples of like name players, but I know
there's plenty of players that have gotten jobs,
right.
that kind of thing. That's a benefit.
And I don't even think benefits like a bad thing. Brandon Wimbush has certainly benefited from the Notre Dame Alumni Network, and now he is part of that alumni network that is going to then benefit others. I believe Steve Elmer had some connections that from the Notre Dame Alumni Network that helped him get the job he got in Washington, D.C. I know that there have been some players that have gone through tough times that the Alumni Network has stepped up to help them out in different ways. But, it's a pretty common thing, but I don't really feel comfortable giving you specific examples about other people's business. So the only reason I use Brandon and Steve is because that's already kind of out there. It's already known. I'm not sharing anything that's unknown.
Well,
I'm simply pointing you to those examples.
Like recently, Ian Book took a job with, was it Josh Lugg and like a bunch of other guys that are former Notre Dame football players, and they're all like in real estate locally. And that was
around here.
Yeah, it was a public story. But they started basically a real estate brokerage firm, and it's a bunch of former Notre Dame football players, and they're making all kinds of money, buying land and doing real estate and that whole deal. And it's all former Notre Dame players. And so that's the alumni, getting together and doing some things. And like I said, that's public. I saw that, recently. He just signed on with that group of guys. So, but yeah, the network is vast, and there's guys getting jobs all the time through that network. No doubt about that.
Let's get down to here some questions here. Oh, here's a good one from Muhammad.
All right, Brian, which is your favorite era of college football? Current NIL, BCS era, 14 playoff era, or AP poll era?
I hated the BCS era.
That was awful.
Number one, Notre Dame sucked for most of the BCS era, so that hurt. Number two, there were all the people complaining about the playoff missing this team or that team. Every year there was some like big complaint with the playoff, like the BCS era. Like, what was the year? Let me look at this. Let me see this. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Oklahoma in 2004. Maybe I'm thinking of – no, it wasn't them. 2003, the year that they played LSU. In 2003, the year that LSU played for the national championship, so Nick Saban's first national title, Oklahoma got the rank. They were number 2 in the BCS era. In the BCS rankings. They played LSU. They had just gotten beat by Kansas State 35-7 in the Big 12 title game. And they got in over a USC team that year and it should have been LSU versus USC. And USC won the coaches poll, I believe, that year. But the USC that year lost a game in overtime in September to Cal. They beat number 6 Auburn on the road 23-0. They killed Notre Dame. They beat number 6 Washington State 43-16. And they ended up getting left out of the BCS championship game over a team that had just lost 35-7 to a team not ranked in the top 10 in their conference title game. And you're like, how did this happen? There was another year where somebody got beat by Colorado, and I just can't remember who it was. I don't think it was Nebraska 2001, but maybe it was. Yeah, it was Nebraska 2001. This is the other example. Nebraska in 2001 plays Miami in the national championship game. They lost the Big 12 title game 62-36. Number 14 Colorado, and still got a bid to the 1-2 BCS title game in 2001. So there were egregious things like that happened that year during the BCS era. There was always, every year we were complaining about somebody getting in, and you're just like, how is this team getting in? Like, I don't even understand what's going on right now. And so there were plenty of examples of that back then, and I hated the BCS, which is why we ended up moving away from it. But I mean, my favorite probably is the Poll era. I'd have to say the Poll era, because I miss the days where your first goal was to win your conference. You know, I miss the days when Michigan and Ohio State are playing at the end of the year, and the winner goes to the Rose Bowl, and they've got roses in their mouth, and they're all excited about just making the Rose Bowl. And the championship, it's out of your hands. You're just focused on winning the Rose Bowl. I just felt that gave more teams more things to play for, and the bowl games mattered, and bowl season was amazing. And because every single era has brought beef with how a champion's decided. Back then, I just felt like games mattered a lot more. You saw it was smaller conferences back then, so you saw a lot more out-of-conference games being played. Yeah, there were some years where there was janky teams winning titles and all that, and I get that. But again, there's never been a perfect system. That's why I wish if I could make a system that I felt was perfect, it would go back to the old era of bowl, where it was the bowls, and then from the bowl games, after the bowl games, you then pick your 4. Or even if you just wanted to pick your 2. But I'd say pick your 4. Go back to, bowl tie-ins, Big 10 versus Pac-12, and you'd have to do a lot of unpacking of damage that's been done, and then pick your 4 after that. That's what I would have done, because now bowl games matter. Because now you could be the 7th ranked team going into a bowl game, and if this team gets upset, that team gets upset, and then you go beat the team that you're playing who's ranked number 2, you're in. There's a lot of intrigue, and a lot of people watching those bowl games thinking about, okay, our team's number 8, but if this happens, we might be able to jump up ahead of so-and-so. And I think it would make it intriguing. And then you pick your 4, but that's a fictitious thing. Of those options, I'd probably go back to the AP polar. I know, Trev, I know it's impossible for you to have that one as an option because you just didn't get to live through it. But of the other 3, which one would you go with?
Yeah, of the other 3, I kind of like the era that we're in now, if I'm being honest. I love the 12-team playoff. I did not like the 14. I didn't. I didn't think that gave a realistic look of like what a college football playoff actually should have been. Because I think there's some years where the 5, 6, or 7, whatever seed or ranking it could have made some noise in the playoff, opposed to what the top 4 teams would have.
2016 USC being a great example.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. And, then you have other years where sometimes it pans out, other times it doesn't. But I love the idea of an actual, I don't want to say like a real playoff. It's just hard for me to call it a playoff when it essentially begins at the semifinal. I like the road to getting there, and I think that helps you whittle out a little bit more of the pretenders, maybe. Yeah, exactly.
You say it. It's true.
Yeah, it helps you weed out a little bit of that. It's not just, all right, here's your final 4 teams, deal with it, and now they're going to battle it out. Some years it works out, like the Ohio State-Georgia game that went down to the wire in the semifinals. Like, okay, whoever wins this game is probably going to go on to win the national championship. There were years where it was like, Alabama's playing Michigan State, and then Clemson's playing, Ohio State in a year where they just took
Ohio State was just not good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you knew this, like the national championship, barring something unforeseen, is Alabama Clemson.
And how would Penn State have been in the postseason that year?
Yeah.
Because, like, look, we like to bash James Franklin, and he makes it easy for us. But if we're being honest and objective, their 2 losses both happened in September. They lost at Pitt and at Michigan. They went on and beat Ohio State that year. They beat a lot of teams pretty convincingly. They had a huge comeback win over Wisconsin, and then they played USC, who was the hottest team in college football at that time, in the Rose Bowl, and then played in a 52-49 shootout. I would have much rather have seen that Penn State team or that USC team in the semifinal as opposed to Ohio State, who was just not a good team that year, or Washington, who USC smacked at their place. So I think it's also, I think, the fact that the first year that they have an expanded playoff, the team that wins it all is the 7 seed, and they beat the 6 seed in the championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one of the 4, if you just go off of what the rankings would have, if we just assume that the rankings would have been the same even in a 14 playoff, which I don't think that they would have, but let's just say for a second, just for the sake of argument, that we say that's what it would have been. Your 1, 2, 3, 4 would have been the case. Then the 2 teams that played for the title are both left out of the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 teams that were in were the 3 and the 4 seed.
Well, and I also don't think it's a coincidence that the first time you have an expanded playoff and it is a true road to the Final Four, you have 2 very competitive Final Four games.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I also don't think that that's a coincidence either.
I mean, to a degree, all 3 games are competitive, although the title game was competitive the beginning and at the end, and the middle wasn't great, but the beginning and the end, it was pretty competitive. But it wasn't like some of the blowouts of the past.
Yep. And so I would go now. And then NIL aspect, it needs to be changed. It needs to be regulated and done differently. But I do like that college athletes are being compensated
100%.
now. And then I
would
would
always been that way.
Absolutely. And then I'd go 14 playoff, and then I don't mess with the BCS. Like, that's just no.
It was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It was hot garbage. Vince, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm kind of in line with Trevor. I like the fact that, the 12, 14, 16, whatever it ends.
Do you remember the poll era? I mean, because we're 3 years
yeah.
apart.
I mean, I remember it.
I was just curious.
I remember being pissed off that Notre Dame didn't win the national championship and they gave it to Florida State because they just wanted to give Bobby Bowden a title. Like, that ticked me off, and that turned me off of the AP poll, to be perfectly honest with you. You know what I mean? And because that's like my first memory of Notre Dame football really is that season specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So I just remember being real ticked off about that. And there's got to be a better way, that kind of a deal. They want it on the field. So remember having those thoughts. BCS was awful. There was a question we had during Rapid Fire the other night about bringing back computer rankings and stuff like that.
I hate
and I was like, I was so against it. Like, I'm okay with using it as a data point for the committee, because there's people out there saying they want to go back to that and get rid of the committee because they think the committee's bias and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need to get into all that. But I was like, you can use it as a data point. It's just another piece of information that you can use, but it should not be the be all end all for how you decide who's going to be in the playoff. That's ridiculous.
If humans would have decided that a team that lost 62-39 in their conference title game was going to be in a 2-team playoff, they would have lost their minds and then wanted the whole committee thrown off. That's exactly what the BCS did.
Yeah.
If you would have put a team like Oklahoma, who got destroyed 35-7 in the Big 12 title game by a team that wasn't even in the top 10, and you'd have put them over USC, who had not lost in September and was whooping people, they would have screamed bloody murder and wanted every committee member off of there. Exactly. BCS was terrible.
Right.
Terrible.
Yep.
And the thing is, BCS would have still given Notre Dame or Florida State the win in 1993. Still would have.
So I don't like them either.
Yeah. Yeah. It was bad. This is an interesting super chat down here, guys.
All right. Connor, my man, Connor. All right. So thanks for the super chat, first of all. What gives you confidence Malachi Fields will be a vast improvement as compared to wide receiver transfers of years past?
This is a very good question, Trevor, that has a very easy answer.
Yeah.
And I saw you getting ready to answer, so I'll let you have this one. But it's a great question with a very easy answer.
Yeah, it's his previous track record. What he's done at other school or at Virginia against other Power 4 schools.
Against Notre Dame.
Yeah, literally. It's very translatable. We talked about it before. All Malachi Fields needs to do is be who he was at Virginia, and he's Notre Dame's statistically best wide receiver since 2021. Bo Collins was who he was at Clemson. And that's not a bad thing. He answered the bell every week, started all 16 games in the regular season for Notre Dame.
Played his butt off. Great kid, great teammate. Like, yeah,
absolutely.
Had some clutch catches, when they really needed them.
But there is no unnecessary projection with Malachi Fields, unlike what we had to do with Chris Mitchell. A lot of it was, hey, remember what he did against Arkansas? I know he's coming from the G5 level, but against Arkansas in the SEC, he went for this. And if he's able to do that,
we hung our hat on that big time.
Yeah. And I understand why we did it because of, Mike Denbrock in year one and what his skill set is. He fits into the offense in this way. But with Malachi Fields, it's, hey, man, if you come in and you go 55 for 808, 14.7 per catch and 5 touchdowns, which is exactly what he did at Virginia in 2024. Like I said, he's your most productive receiver since Kevin Austin in 2021. Wide receiver, not pass catcher. And so that's what gives me the confidence that it will be a vast improvement, because if you take Malachi Fields in 2024 and put his numbers on the 2024 roster for Notre Dame, he is by far your most productive wide receiver. Then I think that makes him a great fit in South Bend this year.
Yeah, and I still say that Chris Mitchell would have been better with a different quarterback. And that's not a knock on Riley, just different quarterback. But again, there was always some level of projection with Malachi. It's like, dude, just keep doing what you're already doing against the competition that you're going to. I mean, I'm watching his highlights last couple of years. He's playing against Miami. He's playing against Louisville. He's playing against Clemson. I mean, there's no projection. It's like, dude, you were what you were. And that's where the confidence comes from. And he's playing with a quarterback that's better suited for his skill set than what Chris Mitchell played with last year.
Oh, yeah.
And they haven't had a lot of transfer receivers. So it's like, it's not like this has happened for 6 years in a row.
Yeah.
It's happened for one.
But they had
we
three
don't,
last
we don't
year.
know what Caleb Smith would have done because he quit the team in the spring. I have no clue what he would have done. And Jaden Marshall's another one, or Jade Harris another one. He was at Notre Dame exactly what he was at Marshall, a
return guy,
rotation guy. Yeah, he caught like 20-some passes at Marshall.
Yeah.
And I think a bunch of those came in like their bowl game or like one game.
But you know what? He had a return that was really important.
That's what you brought him in for.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
so
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, and Chris Mitchell, even him, it's when we talked about this last year, like, he broke out as a fifth-year guy and was way better than he ever had been. And that it's not like he was a guy that like dominated day one at FIU. So that's really the big thing. He's just a more dominant player. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's more athletic, he's more explosive. But like you said, Trev, the track record is way better. So that's that's a good question, but that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Yeah.
All right. I want to try to get to some people we haven't got to yet. I'll just answer this one real quick. McCord family is just really trying to bring up a lot of bad stuff today. How much of the Chicago Bears Marcus Freeman rumors were true versus negotiation leverage? They were absolutely not even remotely true.
Nope.
Like they were completely made up.
Yeah.
Was there probably some, I'll take your call, his agent take your call for leverage? Sure. But Marcus Freeman leverage was, hey, we're 11-1 and going to the playoffs and we're recruiting at a very high level. That's what his leverage was. So, but no, there was never anything to Marcus Freeman leaving for the Bears, especially the third and fourth time it kept getting reported.
Oh my God!
Like I'm sure the first time there probably was a little bit of his agent.
Sure, maybe there was a phone call that reached out to his agent.
They were interested in him, and he's not interested in them. But
just
you're going to use that to get a deal from Notre Dame. That's fine.
Because look, if you're the Cubs, if you're the Bears, why would you not reach out to Marcus Freeman?
And they reached out to like 30 coaches.
Exactly.
Maybe they would have wanted Marcus Freeman, but if you're his agent, that's smart. You use that to your advantage to get the deal you want done, which is to stay at Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman wasn't going to the Bears.
No.
And so I think the negotiation leverage part was the only thing that was in that, but there were never any real rumors of him going there. And the only conversations that were had were at the very beginning of the Bears search when they were interviewing or reaching out and expressing interest. So I think I've read some, there was like 30 some plus people that they reached out to in some capacity.
Yeah, that sounds right.
The Bears helped a lot of coaches get raises this offseason.
At least they're helping somebody.
Yeah, seriously, not helping their fans.
God. Joseph Barrett, mailbag, BD,
Bedris.
Like Bedris.
Just add the K. Bedrisk or BD.
Okay. I was a little confused. My bad.
That's all good. My nickname as a kid was BD. Okay. All my teammates, and Risk I'm cool with.
Makes perfect sense.
Just add the K. That's all I ask.
Okay. All right. Remember,
don't mess it up again, Vince.
I don't even know what's happening here. Remember the miss on Will Shipley. How would he compare to Notre Dame's current running back roster? Also, was he overrated?
No, I don't think so. I think Will Shipley was a very good football player. I just think he happened to play at Clemson on some years where they weren't very good as a team.
Yeah, he's a good back.
He had 1,000-yard year as a sophomore. His junior year, they just weren't a very good team, and still rushed for 2,700 yards in 3 years, and went to the NFL, got drafted in the 4th round. Just a good football player.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he'd have played behind on some of those Notre Dame teams or gone somewhere else where they played behind better lines, he probably would have been better. Could you imagine him running behind in 2022 that Harry Hiestand offensive line? He rushed for 2,000. He rushed for 2,000. He rushed for 1,000 yards that year at Clemson. But what would he have done at Notre Dame? He also had over 600 yards receiving and 85 receptions. He also had over 900 yards worth of kick returns in his career. So he finished his career with over 4,000 yards in only 3 seasons. Mm-hmm. No, he wasn't overrated. How would he compare to current roster? Comparable to a better catcher, but comparable to Jadarian Price. I think that's kind of I think that's comparable to what I would say he would be. Not as good as Jeremiah Love, but Jeremiah Love's a stud. Him and Jadarian Price are very similar players. As far as they're not identical like twinsies as how they play the game, but their impact is very similar. Yeah, I would say that. He's a good football player. And it just goes to show, this is why you just – it doesn't matter. Your process doesn't matter. All that matters is who you get at the end of the day. Because you know who they ended up getting in that class after they missed on Will Shipley? Logan Diggs and Audric Estime.
Audric Estime, yeah.
Both of them. I mean, you ended up okay. That's why I say, you missed on this guy, but it doesn't matter who you miss on as much as it's who do you end up with.
Mm-hmm.
And do you end up with the right guys or not? And they did that year. And now we'll see if, receiver, if some of these misses pan out. If Devin Fitzgerald comes to Notre Dame and turns out to be, this really good football player, we're going to look back and be like, well, I'm glad they got him and didn't get so-and-so who we were all mad about that they missed out on in April. It matters who you get. But it's a good question. But no, I don't think he was overrated. He was a very good football player. I just think he played on some teams at Clemson that weren't very good.
Blue Lobster. I have listened to your presentations on the defensive line, particularly tackle, and I cannot buy in at this point.
Okay. I respect
not a question,
that. I respect that. No, I mean, they don't have to be questioned. Be comment. That's fine. Okay. I mean, we said yesterday there's a lot of ifs.
Absolutely.
So some people are like, Trev's like this in certain areas. It's like, okay, yeah, it's fine. I need to see it. So that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. And I don't even think you're off base. I get it. They need to show it.
Yeah.
Totally fair.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, if a team in this next decade somehow manages to go on a Saban Bama type run, what 3 teams have the best chance? What teams could have the potential if more resources were invested? So top 3, and then I guess honorable mentions if they upgrade some things.
Notre Dame, Bama, and Ohio State are the 3 that I think have the best chance. Maybe Georgia, but I still think Georgia had their run was a little fluky. I not fluky as in those were great teams, but I just think it all kind of came together in a way that I don't know is repeatable by Kirby Smart. is what I mean. So fluky is definitely not the word. That's not what I was looking for. Just I just don't know that they're capable, nor do I think Kirby knows how to manipulate the NIL era. He hasn't shown that he knows how to really so far. But who has potential if they invested more resources to go on a Saban type of run? Florida, with the right coach, could do that. Florida's a unique school because they've only ever really been good in 3 eras. And 2 of them involved Steve Spurrier. One was when he was a player and won the Heisman Trophy. The second was his 10 years as head football coach. And then the third was Urban Meyer's 10 years as head football coach. Florida hasn't really been good outside of that. But I do think that they could be if they committed more resources, they'd have a shot to be one of those teams. Texas is not a team that's capable. Texas, like if I can only pick 3, I would go with the ones I had. My next team on the list is probably Texas. And it's not about resources. It's just about hiring the right guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, they got a lot of resources.
Yeah, but who would need to Florida State's one that I think could be very successful again if they committed the resources. They just don't have the resources to do that. So I think they're a team that could maybe do that. And then USC is one. And we're seeing them start to do that. USC is one where if they have the right coach, they spend the money, they're a team that's capable of going on a run because we've seen them do it relatively recently. In the history of college football, USC's run in 2010, in the 2000s, I should say, is not that far off from what Bama did. It was a shorter period of time. And, Pete won one national title outright, won a second one, and then had some years where they were playing the title game and didn't win it as much. It wasn't as good as Bama's, but it wasn't far off because they were good. Like Georgia was great for like 3 years, and then outside of that, they had a couple good years, but not the same level of dominance. Pete's teams from like 2002 to like 2009 were like really good teams. So USC could do that again with the right coach, and that's true for a lot of teams. It's not even just about resources. It's like you need the right coach to be successful there, and that's what. Who would you
consider that a resource?
Yeah, but would you guys have anybody different than the ones that I just had?
Top 3 are the same. I would say Texas would be my number 4 team. Another team I would include in there, more resources, head coach included, would be Oklahoma. Yeah. They're a team that could go on some sort of run. Their recruiting prowess, even though they're not putting up a lot of wins right now, is still prevalent. They have the fan base to do it. They have the resources and the backing to do it. So if they get the right coach and the right staff in there, yeah, I absolutely could see Oklahoma doing that.
I want to say Oregon, but I don't, because they got plenty of resources. You know what I mean?
They have the resources.
Yes.
I don't know
plenty
that
of resources.
Like, why do you say you want to go with Oregon, but why would you not go with Oregon?
Well, because they've had the resources and they haven't done it. Like, I think that's my biggest issue. But I feel like on paper, they should be a team that should be in this conversation. You know what I mean? Because I was trying to think of like teams out west, because we're in Midwest, we're in the South, that kind of stuff. But like out west, like who would be? You said USC, obviously, and I agree. But Oregon came to mind because they do have unlimited resources and it's beautiful out there. They have a lot of things going for them, and they were 13-0 last year. And then they just, spit the bit during the playoff. But, what could they be that team? I think there's a chance that they could be. I just don't know that they have the right head coach in place. Maybe they do. I'm just not a big fan, maybe. But maybe if a different coaching staff got in there, maybe they could kind of turn things around. Not turn things around, but take them to the next level, I guess is the best way to put it. Because they got plenty of resources.
I think Oregon can win a title. I don't think Oregon go on a run because they have to recruit from so far away for everyone.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of players in Indiana. In Oregon. Well, Notre Dame doesn't have a lot of players either, but they are surrounded by states that do.
Yeah, right.
And they're just they're in a little bit more of a central location. I've heard some recruits are like, I like Oregon a lot, but it was a pain to get out there. It was not easy to get out there.
Yeah, because I've never been out there before, so I don't know what that's like. I'm not well traveled enough to know.
So you got to go. I mean, they're getting recruits, but to sustain it for a decade, where you win multiple titles, that I don't think that they can do.
Okay.
There's a lot of teams capable of winning a title.
Yeah.
What are the schools that have and there's more than just 3 schools that can be that way. We were just asked to give 3.
Right.
I think at LSU had the right coach and had more resources, because I don't think LSU necessarily has the same resources that maybe some other people do. But if they had the right coach, they could go on a run. Texas could go on a run. Georgia could go on a run with the right coach. There's an inherent ability of those programs to go on a run like that. And that's the same thing with Alabama. Alabama's capable of doing that with the right coach. And so it's more than 3. It's just those are the ones there. I don't know that Texas A&M is one that so Christopher Crosby mentioned A&M. I don't know about that, because honestly, guys, A&M's never won. I mean, when was A&M's, like, they claimed several national titles, but none of them were like recent and none of them were like kind of legit. But even the titles that they claim, the 3 titles that A&M claims are 19, 27, and 39. And I don't even know that I remember a lot of times other than the late 80s and early 90s where they were even in that conversation. I mean, there was years that they were undefeated and not even ranked in the top 2 because they didn't play anybody. And then Notre Dame would go smack them in a Cotton Bowl. I think the 92 team that Notre Dame beat in the Cotton Bowl was undefeated, and Notre Dame whooped them. So I don't know. I mean, they have resources, but again, they're in Texas, but they're kind of further away. The states where you're always number 2 in your own state, it's harder. The exception being maybe the Florida schools, because I don't know that like Florida, Miami, and Florida State they
fluctuate.
Yes,
who's number 1? Yeah,
but it doesn't matter how good
Texas
is, and like Texas could be 6-6, and A&M could be 11-1, and everybody's gonna be like, still the best states. They're still not the big school in the state of Texas. Same thing like with Auburn. Auburn's had won a national title in the last 15 years, and well, actually, we're right outside of it now. But last year, the 15 years, they played for the title in 13. It's not that they can't win a title, but they're never going to go on that kind of run because they're always going to be number 2 in that state.
Sure,
not in a single season, but like as the viewed program. And so, I just think it's difficult for some of those programs to make that kind of run.
Yeah,
I do. And I just can't say that a team that hasn't won a title since before World War II started could somehow become the next Bama. I don't see that. Yeah. I like this comment from Irish Gordy Knott. A&M's cheer squad is proof that they're UT's little bro. Ooh. It's not far off.
It's just weird. Yeah. I'll leave it at that.
Somebody said Penn State with a different coach. Penn State not only needs a different coach, they need to commit more resources. They're one of those teams that would need more resources. And that state's not what it used to be. Like, I've pointed this out before, but when Joe Paul won titles, there was a lot more talent coming out of the state of Pennsylvania. And I've told you guys this. I use this to make the point, and I'll make it again. But in 1984, which is like right around when, like, I think it was right in between the 2 titles that Joe Paterno won. I believe he won a title in 82 and 86. I'm checking that right now. So he won a title in 82 and 86. Right in the middle of that stretch was the 1984 presidential election when Ronald Reagan beat Walter Mondale. And at that time, Pennsylvania had an electoral number of state 25. They were one of the biggest states. So you had New York had more, California had more, Texas had slightly more, and they were 4th. Illinois had less. Ohio was at 23. Fast forward to the 2024 presidential election, and the state of Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. That's a 5 shift of 5 electoral votes. Do you know what kind of massive population shift has to happen for you to lose 5 electoral college votes? There's just not the resources in those areas that there used to be. And that's something that makes it a lot harder for them to succeed, because it's not just their state. Also, New Jersey had more electoral college votes back then. They had 16. New York had 36. Connecticut had 8. Massachusetts had 13. Maryland had 10. Now you fast forward to now, Maryland still has 10. New Jersey's down 2. Connecticut's down 1. Massachusetts down 2. Pennsylvania's down 5 or down 6. And New York's down 8. That is a massive and Ohio, which is right next to them, went from 23 to what was Ohio in 24? They were down to 23 to 17. So the entire region that used to be Penn State's recruiting base has seen a massive population shift south and southwest. And so like even states like Florida, for example, in 2024 election had 30 electoral college votes. In 2016, they had 21. They had a 9-point shift upwards. Georgia went from 12 to 16. So you saw North Carolina go from 13 to 16. You saw Texas go from 29 to 40. And so you've seen these massive shifts. California went from 47 to 54. That shift has to do with more things other than people from the Northeast coming down there. That's from people from South coming up there and the way that the census is taken, things like that. I'm not making a political point. I'm making a factual point that they didn't benefit from the move away from the Northeast the way that the South, Mid-Atlantic South, and Southwest has. And so you just don't have the resources in the Northeast to pull from a player standpoint like you did back in the 1980s, which is why you don't see Notre Dame recruiting Illinois and Pennsylvania as much as they did back in the 80s. That's why they're going to Texas more and Georgia more, North Carolina more. And I don't know that Penn State can do that as effectively as Notre Dame. But I still think they can do it effectively enough with the right coach that they could win a title again. But I don't know that Penn State can go on a run where over the course of an entire decade, the 15 years, they're winning 4 or 5 titles. I just don't think there's the resources where Alabama is a very talent-rich state from a football player standpoint. And they're surrounded by all these states that have benefited from the exodus of the Northeast as the types of jobs that this country has shift. And so that's something that's been a big part of that. And you see a state like Florida and the giant jump they've had. And you start to see these changes and you understand, I mean, Bama hasn't changed. Alabama had 9 back in 84. They've got 9 now. But the states around them have all changed dramatically. And that's played a big role in that as well. So those are just different things that factor into why I don't think a school like Penn State has the ability to become that type of program over a period of time, because you have to go too far away to recruit, and not many schools can do that. Ohio State can. Notre Dame can. I don't think Penn State can. I don't think Penn State's the national brand that even Ohio State and Michigan are in their conference. I don't. So that's my take on that. Does that make sense? I mean, does that argument, like, does that, you understand like why I think it is harder for some of those? That's why Syracuse isn't as good as they used to be all the time in football. Syracuse used to be really good in football all the time. Well, I mean, like, now again, there's probably more people in those states, but the percentage of the population has changed so dramatically that hurts it. So, yeah. So that's my thoughts.
I'm ready for the quiz next week.
Which quiz is that?
Like, that was like a history lesson. I loved it. It was
great.
Great.
I mean, I'm not getting political. I'm just using that as to show a shift in, like,
I'm not saying that at all. Like,
very clear geographic shift in those.
It was fascinating. Like, I'm that's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready to be quizzed.
Yeah, back then Michigan had 20. Now they have 15. So it's every state has seen a massive dip in the Northeast. And they're either stagnant or they've gone down. I don't know that there's a single state in the Northeast that has more electoral votes now than they did back in 1984. So, Indiana's actually has seen some of the smallest growth. They had 12 then; they only have 11 now. So Indiana's kind of stayed the same. So there you go.
Jacob Sweat, Brian, I know you hate the triple option. If you were forced to use a scheme, which one would it be? Wishbone, veer, flexbone, T formation, or Osborne's eye?
Osborne's eye, because I get a lot easier check out of it to more real football plays. No, in all seriousness, me personally, I like the eye because I think what that allows you to do is you can recruit more traditional football players into that system. I can recruit receivers that still can catch the football. I can recruit tight ends that'll still catch the football. I can run power and counter. I mean, there'd be games where Nebraska wouldn't run a lot of option,
right?
Because they were just hammering teams with power and counter.
Yep.
And so and trap plays of their fullback. So I think that is the one that's the least gimmicky from a recruiting standpoint. So that's why I would go with Osborne's. And that's what Lude ran. I mean, it was very similar to that. It was an I formation type of offense, and you could recruit real running backs and you could recruit real fullbacks and receivers and tight ends in ways that you weren't going to do with the wishbone and the veer and things like that. You could recruit more traditional quarterbacks as well. Or kind of, I mean, like not traditional, but like, you'd want a guy in today's era, you could go recruit a guy that can throw it a little bit better than maybe you could, you know, back then. But like, I mean, I'm trying to think of like, think of some of the really athletic dual threat quarterbacks that, put them in a system like that. I also think that offense is more, you could adjust the launch points and the snap angles more instead of, you don't always have to be under center. There's things you can do out of that from the gun that I think would allow you to be effective as well, to be more multiple than maybe they were even under Tom Osborne. But that'd be my answer.
That's what we ran in high school. We ran triple out of the eye, but we also had power, and we had we had split backs,
we run ISO,
all of those things. Yep, ISO.
You could run zone out of that. I mean, honestly,
100%.
you could easily run split flow zone out of that.
Yeah. And then I mean, long story short, it's what I ran in high school, and then when I was my first few years of coaching, the head coach that I worked for was the head coach that my high school offensive coordinator came from, like his tree. And so we ran that as when I was a coach as well. So I learned option principles and all of those things as a coach, but we ran out of the eye. But we also did a lot of other things too. We'd split out and we do all some different things. And so it is more versatile. I agree with that. And you do have to have a quarterback that can do all of those different things too. So, but yeah.
I'm going to bring this up real quick. So my guy, Brandon Gilbert, says using an FFB draft system, draft your starting 22 with Notre Dame players from 1988 to present. O-line, D-line should be picked as units instead of individually. Also, you have to pick a head coach. Brandon, I'm going to ask you a huge favor because I believe you're a board member. Could you please put this on the board? Because this is going to be a really difficult thing for me to do on the fly. And I think this is a really fun off-season question. And the one thing I will say is if I had to pick an O-line, that's the easier one because I will still say this. I still think that 2015 offensive line is the one that I would go with because I think they were better pass blockers. They were still dominant run blockers, not as much as 2017, but they were better pass blockers. So that's the one that I would pick. D-line is a little bit tougher. I'd have to think about that one a little bit because there's the projection of like, they were playing like a 5-2 in 1988 and, and things like that, but I'd have to think about that one a little bit more. I'd have to think about that one. So if you could put that on the board, Brandon, I would greatly appreciate that because I'd like to dive into that one a little bit, but it's just like calling it off the top of my head. I don't know that I could give you a really good answer for that one, but I think that's a great question that would be more fun to bring up on the message boards. If you could bring that up on the board, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Salty Virginia Peanuts of the elite program quarterbacks that will start with little prior collegiate experience. Saying Raiola, Carr, Minchie, who will be the top three and in which order?
I don't know that Dylan Raiola belongs in this conversation.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I mean, he started 13 games last year.
Threw for over 2,000 yards. I don't think he belongs in this conversation. But
does Arch Manning belong in the conversation?
Yeah.
I would put him in there. He only started 2 games.
Yep.
I mean,
he threw for almost 1,000 yards is the only reason I brought him up. Yeah.
In 2 games. Yeah. I mean, he threw for like around 600 in those 2 games, had some mop up minutes. Yeah. But he said little prior collegiate game experience.
Yeah. He qualifies as that.
I mean, but he came off the bench. He played in the SEC title game. He played in the playoff games. They'd put him in. So, I mean, it's a little different. So, I mean, it's at least debatable, but I'll put him in there.
Okay.
But like DJ Lagway's not on there in this list for me. He started basically most of the season when healthy. I wouldn't put Dylan Rail on there either. I'm talking about guys that just haven't played a lot of football. I mean, I would put Julian Sayin on that. I would put the winner of the Notre Dame quarterback battle on that. I'm trying to think of some other guys. There's a very intriguing player at Maryland who hasn't played a lot of football, who I haven't seen his development in college, but I remember watching him in high school, a kid named Justin Martin, who I think he's thrown like 30-some passes in his career, but he had a big arm in high school. He was committed to Cal initially and then ended up flipping to UCLA. Now he's transferred to Maryland. He's a guy that I'd keep an eye on. I'm very intrigued to see what he can do, but trying to think of some other guys who have very little first-year experience that we've talked about, because I wouldn't put Dante Moore in that conversation. Who are some other guys that we can think of?
I mean, what do you do with a guy like? What do you guys do with a guy like Gunnar Stockton? He has one start, but it was in the Sugar Bowl.
I would count him as little. But Gunnar Stockton, even then though, Gunnar's played. If I remember correctly, I think he's played a decent amount. But no, I mean, I would probably count him in that as little experience, Trevor. I mean, he played in mop-up minutes in 2023. He had that start. I mean, he's got 588 yards passing in his career. One start. I mean, I think that's similar to Arch. If we're going to put Arch there, who's got twice as much career passing yards, I'd put Gunnar Stockton in that conversation. I like Gunnar Stockton. I do. I think if they build the offense the right way, the question is if they try to run the same offense they ran with Stetson Bennett and Carson Beck, then Gunnar's going to struggle a little bit. I don't think he's just a natural drop back thrower. He's a way better runner, I think, than those two guys. If they evolve, it's hard to do in a game. Now you've got an off season to do that. And I think the kid they got out of Connecticut, I think it's Connecticut, as their backup, Ryan, forget his last name, starts with a P. That kid was really athletic in high school too. I think both of those guys could run an offense that's more geared towards allowing your quarterback to be more of a runner. If they transition to a little bit of that, that might make me feel a little bit better about this Georgia team this year. Play to his strengths. I don't know if Mike Bobo's capable of that. We'll see. I mean, he just hasn't. I'm not saying that as an insult. I haven't seen him run an offense like that. But I would put him in that conversation, Trevor, and I think I'd be comfortable with him there. You know, Indiana doesn't have a guy. Boise, SMU, Bama. I'd say whoever wins the Bama job, Ty Simpson is a guy to keep an eye on at Bama if he wins that job, or even Austin Mack if he wins that job. I'd put him in that conversation. That's a good one. Austin Simmons is a guy that I really like, Trev. You know that, the Ole Miss kid. He's one that I would consider. Trying to think of some more guys in this conversation that we can look at. And, I mean, I'm sure there's some Notre Dame fans that might want to consider Steve Angeli at Syracuse, or Ricky Collins, whoever wins that job at Syracuse. You're going to be playing in a system that likes to throw the football. So who wins that job and how do they perform? I think Julian Sayin, the winner of the Notre Dame battle, and I'd probably go with Austin Simmons are my top three, with Gunnar Stockton in that conversation as well. But that's where I would go. What about you, Trev?
Yeah, Julian Sayin and one of the Notre Dame quarterbacks is in that discussion for me. I'm going back and forth between Gunnar Stockton and Austin Simmons. Those are the two guys that I mean, off the rip, I'll probably go Gunnar Stockton. There's a big if Mike Bobo can transform the offense to fit around him. But I liked what I saw from him in the Georgia game. Look, Georgia did not lose to Notre Dame because of Gunnar Stockton. I'll say that right now. And so, yeah, third spot, I'd probably go Gunnar Stockton. But look, it wouldn't surprise me if Alabama's quarterback ended up being the third. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Austin Simmons. It wouldn't surprise. I mean, another guy, if Dylan Lonergan ends up winning the job at Boston College, that's another one,
good
man,
one.
To keep your eye on.
That's a real good one, Trev. Yeah,
so, yeah,
I like that, because they've got some weapons to throw to. I mean, when we do ranking the Notre Dame position groups, when we have those conversations, BC will be one of the top receiving corps Notre Dame's going to face this year.
Oh, yeah.
And they have a running back room that I like. So the quarterback is not going to have he's not going to be he's not going to be void of talent around him on offense this year. Contrary to some ridiculous comments made lately by Thomas Castellanos, he did not, win a bunch of games by himself at Boston College. Like, what is it about Pete Nakos that makes people say really dumb crap to him? Like, seriously.
I don't know, man. But it was a rough look when one of it's either former teammates or somebody that's still on the team quoted Pete Nakos' tweet and said one of the guys said, I don't remember it, and another one posted what Thomas Castellanos' record was in the ACC as a starting quarterback. That's rough.
Because what did he say? Like, I dominated that league by myself or something like that. And I'm like,
somebody quoted it as like, really that's not how I remember it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
That was great, by the way. It's like, dude, like, even if you feel that way, what's funny though is that comment right there basically made me say I'm off the potential Florida State bandwagon. If your quarterback is that that's not even being confident in yourself. That's just you're an a-hole. You're going to sit there and say about all your teammates like, oh, I dominated that league by myself. A, you didn't. And B, really? By yourself, huh? Okay. All right. Whatever you say, buddy. Because I remember your offense getting a lot better late in the year when you got benched. I'm just saying.
And they start off the season playing against Alabama. Just reminds me of that Vanderbilt player that was like, Alabama, you're next. Then Jalen Hurts was like, I mean, we are their next opponent. and then they won like 52-0.
Destroyed them. Destroyed them. Somebody in the chat brought up a name that I liked. See, it's a double bogey. Or not a name that I liked, but a name he asked about is Bo Perbula. I'm just not super high on Bo Perbula. That's just what it comes down to. I'm not. And I think they lost some really good receivers from last year. So he qualifies because I think the minutes Bo had, I don't view as qualified as playing a lot of football, especially not as a full. Everything he did was kind of like he just came in and ran. He never like ran the offense the way he'll need to at Missouri. I've never been a big Bo Perbula guy, so he would not be on my list. And then he also brought up Aiden Childs from Michigan State. He started the whole year last year, so he doesn't count.
Yeah, Bo Perbula kind of reminds me of what Oklahoma did back in the day with Blake Bell. They just brought him in on short goal line situations, brought him in to run the ball, and then when they handed him the keys to the offense, it just didn't look the same.
Didn't go well. Yeah. It like if I found out that my starting quarterback was doing an interview with Pete Nakos, I'd be like, it ain't happening. Nope. Or I'd be sitting there with him the whole time, like I'd be behind the guy interviewing him or whatever. It'd be like, So
you're like Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Gross.
What?
That's really gross.
Do you not watch the news?
You just made it weird, Vince.
Do you not watch the news?
No, I'm not going to be interrupting the interview in the middle of it and telling the head coach what he can and can't say. I'm the head coach telling him what to, like, don't be silly. You just made it weird, Vince.
See what happens when I'm not with Vince to
seriously to tell him what's going on. This is what happens. He goes crazy. He loses his mind.
I sit quiet for too long. You never know what's going to come out.
Just settle down over there, buddy.
It's like a boiling pot.
Vince just said, I'm like Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Just mark it down. Just mark it down.
I'm better looking. Sorry. All right. Here we go.
I like that Trevor's frozen right now in that look. That was great.
It's best that we just move on from that comment right now. I've told you my opinion of her, Trev. We've talked about this.
From Salty, here we go. Are Traore and Young to emerge? How likely are they to emerge as the starters at left and right defensive end?
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if Traore is going to be starting right away. I could see Burnham starting. I could see Junior starting. I could see, but it's possible. It's possible. I mean, those are your two highest upside guys, Trev.
Oh, yeah. I think this also goes back to the conversation that we had earlier this week when we talked defensive tackles and then last week at defensive end. I would not get too hung up on who, like, the starters are, like who trots out there on the first. I pay more attention to the volume of snaps that they get and the moments that they play in. Not necessarily. I always draw it back to, look, RJ Oben trotted out on the field the first defensive possession in every game last year for Notre Dame on defense. But by the end of the year, Bryce Young ended up getting a little bit more snaps. And so I wouldn't pay much attention to who's like the number one guy on the depth chart. Their diversity in those rooms are as such that it could be matchup based. It could be situational based. I mean, but as far as this question goes, Salty, it's definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility.
We got a super chat from Michael Cannon. Thank you so much for the super chat. This is why I love this podcast. No lazy answers, deeply detailed. Appreciate you all. There we go.
Thank you for that. But now I just want to like answer a question like, yes. Like, here's one from Raymond. Do you think Chris Vizina is questioning his decision right now? No.
No.
All right, move on to the next one. But in all seriousness, I do appreciate that, Michael, very much. And no, I don't think he's questioning it because I think he's probably looking at it like I'd have got beat out by CJ Carr, and now I'm next in line. When Cade Klubnik goes pro, I'm stepping in, and I'm going to get junior year version of that receiving core. Like that's what he's going to get, and it'll also be freshman year of the really good receiving core they're bringing in. So there's going to be a 1-year overlap between Moore Wesco's class and the Naeem Burrows, Connor Solomon class they're bringing in now. Because those guys are sophomores. They can't go pro. If Antonio Williams comes back for another year, he'll also be part of that. But you've got those guys, and then you have the incoming freshman class, so they'll get to learn under those guys for a year. Then those guys then step into that role in 2027. So the future is looking much better at receiver for Clemson than it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And very different group. Very, very different group. So, but no, he's not. I don't think he's regretting that. This is a quick answer. Titus, are there any players that committed elsewhere that Notre Dame is in her hot pursuit of? Not in the 2026 class. There are some 2027 players. They offered Calvin Taylor from Pennsylvania. A receiver committed to Penn State in the 27 class. They've offered a couple kids committed elsewhere, but right now the focus is on 2026 and closing out 2026, and I don't think they're focused on anyone committed elsewhere. They're focused on closing out on the 5 or 6 kids that are left on the board right now.
We got a super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you very much, Charlie. Hypothetically, if Cam Newton didn't get in trouble at Florida, does Urban get a 3rd ring?
No, because he would have transferred anyway, because he was the same class as Tim Tebow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
So,
yep.
No, he wouldn't have. I'm pretty sure about that. Let me just go look at the class, but I'm pretty sure him and Tebow came in the same year, part of that 2006 class. No, he was a 2007 guy. So
he was a year behind Tebow.
He was a year after Tebow. No, that program was so broken by the time Tebow left. Not that Tebow's fault, but like they fell off a cliff pretty quickly. And I don't know that Cam would have fixed that. And I also think Cam got a lot of experience at that JUCO. And that was back when JUCOs were still like very competitive and a lot of kids from there. So I don't know that he would have had that same experience. And if he'd have developed the same way, I don't know the answer to that either. We just don't know if the path would have been the same. But no, I don't think he'd have got a 3rd ring at Florida. He got a 3rd ring anyway, but not at Florida. But I don't think Cam Newton's waiting 3 years to start over to get a start. And he's not beating out Tim Tebow.
Nope.
John A1, it seems the staff really likes the depth at safety. Do you think Notre Dame will play with 3 safety looks more often in 2025?
Yeah, I do. And I don't know how they're going to use it. I've heard that they might use it. I don't know how. Do they put someone down in a nickel? Do they like play some sort of like umbrella coverage? I don't know the answer to that. But I absolutely think that you're going to see. And when he's saying 3 safety looks, we're all taking that same way, like with actually 3 safeties on the field at a time, not a 3-man rotation. So I absolutely think that they're going to do that.
Yeah, man. Just put Jadon Blair's 6'5" self just in the smack dab middle of the field and just let him roam. I mean, that would be nuts with
Yeah.
6'4" Luke Talich and a Don Schuler lurking somewhere behind.
Yeah. And I could see a scenario where if you wanted a rover, you could put a Luke Talich down there.
Yeah.
And be in a 3 safety look and do something like that. So, yeah, I could certainly see that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep.
Christopher Crosby, there are several new quarterbacks starting for potential playoff teams, including Notre Dame. If you couldn't have CG or Kenny, who would you take off of one of the new starters from a different team?
That is a good. So we're talking basically. We talked about the names Gunnar Stockton. Are we talking? Is Arch Manning? Would we count him as a new starter? I mean, can we include him?
I would.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd probably go with Arch.
Yeah.
I mean, like I've said before, Arch is overrated from the standpoint of like they're acting like he's the surefire number 1 draft pick next year. He's the number 1 player in the country. Like I think Arch is very good. I just think there's a little too much hype on him. He's still a really good football player. And I personally like quarterbacks that can run. And I think Arch brings some of that to the table. And a Manning in a golden helmet, like that would, I mean, the perception that the impact that would have for Notre Dame in a recruiting standpoint, I think they're getting a big boost in recruiting with CJ Carr. And there's a lot of, y'all may not realize this, but there's a lot of recruits that will talk about CJ. I'll give you this little tidbit. I know of a really good defensive player that signed with Notre Dame last year. And part of the reason was him and his dad watched CJ Carr at practice and were like, that's the future of the team I'm going to play for. Like that had an impact because they looked at some of the other teams they're looking at like nobody has a guy like that. Now, of course, CJ may not end up starting, but like it had an impact because they knew who CJ Carr was and he was a big time recruit and all those type of things. And then they saw him in person and were like, that guy throws a football, and it looks a lot different than a lot of the quarterbacks I see at all these other schools. And so, but Arch is on just a different level in that regard, a very different level in that regard. So I'd probably go Arch. Julian Sain wouldn't be a bad pick either. I like Julian Sain. I agreed with Tommy Rees, who made the decision to go at CJ over Julian, and I agreed with Coach Rees's decision on that. Still do. I think Julian Sain's a good quarterback. I do. I think he's a good football player. I'd go with him over like Ty Simpson, who I think is a good football player too, just doesn't have the physical gifts of those other guys. Would not go with Gunnar Stockton. That's just too Riley Leonard-esque for me, and I'm ready to kind of move on to more of a thrower. It'd be Dylan Lonergan, no. Who are some other potential options, guys, that we were talking about earlier? Oh, Austin Simmons, maybe, but I'd still go with Arch. In those instances, Arch and probably Julian Sain, probably the top 2 I'd go with.
Yeah, those are my 2 runaway favorites. Yeah.
Good question.
ND, it just means more. Who will be the MVP on both offensive line and defensive line by regular season's end?
All right, O-line, Trev. I'm going with the MVP, most valuable player. I'm going with Charles Jagasaw. What say you?
Anthony Knapp. If he steps up his game in the way that he needs to, that's going to bode extremely well for Notre Dame's offense. And I am being serious.
Question. You talking value or most, like when I'm doing MVP, I'm going most kind of like the best. Are you going most valuable or the best?
I was going most valuable.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd go Anthony Knapp at left tackle. If he takes the stride that he needs to, he will have the biggest jump from the should he be the left tackle to like they have their guy?
Not even should he. Why is he the left tackle to your Lions winning a Joe Moore Award?
Mm-hmm. So I would go Anthony Knapp. I know I said it kind of jokingly, but I do believe that if they have the season that they need him to be all of that. So he'd be mine on offensive line.
Yeah. Defensively, go ahead. Sorry, Vince. I'm so mad at you that you said I'm Bill Belichick's girlfriend, but it's all good.
That's fair.
But
I'm going Billy Schrauth. And the reason I'm going to go Billy Schrauth is because what I saw when he came back from injury, how much better Anthony Knapp got because he had Billy Schrauth next to him.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is value, right? So most valuable like that. Not only is he going to solidify his position and be dominant, but I think he makes the guys around him better. So that's why I'm going.
That's kind of how I feel about Jagasol. Like, not only is going to be outstanding, but I think having him changes the makeup of the line.
Yep.
I also think another guy you could make a case for is Ashton Craig.
Yeah, I wanted to
It's
say
funny
Ashton.
we didn't Wagner, but I don't know that Wagner's value. I think Wagner could maybe be their best. I think Wagner could be their most steady, and I think Wagner could be a captain. But if we're talking value, I also look at it as like, who'd be the hardest to replace if they got injured? And I think some of those guys fit that a little bit as well. Defensive line-wise, this one is a little bit harder for me because
it's wide open. Well, there's more guys, first of all.
Part of me wants to go with Jason Onye. Part of me wants to go with Gabriel Rubio. Part of me wants to go with one of the edge players. Part of me wants to go with Josh Burnham. I really am tempted with Josh Burnham because I think Josh could bring some is to me the best bet to evolve him and Junior. I think have the best bet to evolve as the leaders in the room, which I think is going to be super important if we're talking value, but also playmakers. But at the end of the day, I'm going to go with Jason Onye. That's my prediction. I need to see it. I get it, but guys, I've watched him all spring, and I'm like, that guy moves like we expect the big-time player to move. Yeah. He dominates the way we expect the big-time player to dominate. It's just, can he do it for an entire season?
Yeah.
But also the value piece that Trev was talking about, having a guy that can step in and kind of play like Riley Mills at 300-plus pounds would be pretty darn valuable.
I like that. I'm gonna go Gabe Rubio. It's been a very long time since Notre Dame has had an interior defensive tackle that is just a pure run stuffer, 6'5", 320-pound guy that just week in and week out he clocks in and just he knows what his job is. And where I always respect guys like that is they know that their job isn't the sexiest on the defense. Making the argument that it's probably the least in the grand scheme of the defense. You don't get the flash of the edge rushers. You don't get the big playmaking ability of, safeties and corners. You don't get the tackle numbers that a linebacker would. But week in and week out, the thing that Notre Dame's D-line has been lacking the last couple seasons is that big interior run stuffer. And I think at the end of the season, you're going to take a look at Gabe Rubio and be like, yeah, he was that dude for 16 games.
For me, I'm going complete upside, and I'm going with Bryce Young and what he brings to the table. I still think he's going to be a menace on special teams. I know that's not the D-line, but it doesn't matter. It's a game-changing opportunity as well, and I think he's going to get in the backfield an awful lot with his long arms. And I'm going complete upside on this one, and if he's able to play at a level where he is the MVP of the defensive line, like, this team's going to be really good. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing. So a little speculation, but I'm going with the upside guy. Over under 20 sacks, 12 interceptions, and 60 pressures by game 8. So, like, before game 8 is played?
Yeah, so like I count by game 8. If it's by game 8, meaning going into game 8, I'm going to go under. If it's by the end of game 8, then I'll take that because the 60 pressures is going to be way over because they were over 200 last year. So that's way over. The 12 interceptions, that's actually the one I'm kind of most hesitant on because if they get 12, that puts them on pace for 24. And last year they were among the best in the nation at 19. And so what did they rank? I mean, there was nobody in the country last year that had more than 22. The last time a team had 24 was Illinois in 2022, Iowa in 2021, and they had 24 and 25. So in the last decade, there's only been 3 teams, and then the last being San Diego State, that have had 24 or more interceptions. That's a lot. So I'm gonna go sacks. I'm gonna go over. If we're talking by the end of game 8, I'm gonna go over. Pressures, I'm gonna go over. Interceptions, I'm gonna go under. If I have to take the whole thing, I'm gonna go under because that's a lot of interceptions in 8 games. A lot of interceptions. And they were great last year and they had 19 in 16 games. So I'm gonna not go there. Now there could be a game where they pick off like 5 in a game and that gets them there. and then they taper off and don't get 24, but they still finish with like 19 or 20. But it's because they had that one big game. Like, remember in 2016 when you like look at Notre Dame's sack numbers and you're like, well, there wasn't great, but like they weren't terrible. I had somebody say this to me one time when I said like the 16 team was terrible. Second, I'm like, 14 sacks wasn't good, but I mean they're not. And I'm like, no, it wasn't that. It was tackle. No, it was sacks. And I was like, yeah, but they got like over a third of those in one game.
Yeah,
they got like 5 in the Miami game. And you're like, no, they're pretty terrible at getting sacks. They had 5 in one game and they had 9 in the other 11 games. Like they had sacks in 6 games. Half the games that year, they didn't get a sack.
Ooh.
But, something like that could pump the numbers up. But I'm going to go under on that one.
Yeah, we see that the same.
This is an interesting one.
John A1, I think this might have been the last season I watched pro or college basketball. How did the game fall off so much from what it was 15 years ago?
I think the reasons are somewhat similar in certain areas, but different in others. I think the reason, guys, this is the first year I just did not take that first Thursday off and watch March Madness all day. I didn't watch a single first-round game. Not a one. And I didn't fill out a single bracket, and I didn't watch the Final Four. Because it's like, even back as a kid, if my team didn't make it, I knew everybody for the other teams, and I could be like, okay, Michigan's out, but, man, this Arkansas team with this guy or this Oklahoma team with this guy or this UNLV team, or because you knew who the players were. Like, some guy put a graphic up, and he just put, like, the starting 5 listed by where they signed as freshmen. And you're like, I knew who Michigan State was, I knew who Purdue was, and I knew who Duke was. I didn't have a clue who most of those other teams were. You couldn't figure it out. And so it's just hard to have that same interest in the teams and the players. If your team's not in it, and the other part of it, and this has affected both levels, is I think the incredible over-reliance on the three-point shot has made it a very boring game for people that grew up in an era where that wasn't the main attraction of the game. And, I mean, Larry Bird won the three-point contest 3 years in a row, and he'd go stretches where he wouldn't make a 3 or shoot a 3. And then there's times he would. It's just not – I think it's part of it's the age group is if you grew up watching basketball in the 80s or 90s, basketball now is just – it's not the same sport. I mean, I looked at a Celtics box score. I don't even know why. And there's something like they combined for like almost 100 three-point attempts in a game. And I'm like, this is just, it's not basketball. I mean, you got 7-footers shooting threes now. I grew up in an era where teams had 7-footers, and it was a man sport. You go to the lane back in the 90s, and you are putting your life at risk. I mean, I'd say that hyperbolically. Now it's like, guys push each other and they're getting suspended. I remember a preseason game where Dr. J's got Larry Bird by the throat and he's punching him while Charles Barkley holds him. I think he's suspended. It's like it's freaking basketball, man. And it's just the sport is so soft now. It's the flopping. You can't breathe on a guy. The officiating is even worse than it used to be. It's an ugly game in my opinion. And I know that younger people don't see it the way that I do because this is what they know, but I just don't enjoy basketball anymore. And the fact that that college basketball has become a lot more like the NBA in that regard, combined with the fact that I couldn't name you. Vince, I'm telling you, I used to be able to name the entire starting 5s for like the top 15, 16, 17 teams of college basketball. And I'm talking as an adult, not even like when I was a teenager. And now it's like, I couldn't name you a single guy that played for Florida. Like, did any of them actually start at Florida? I have no clue.
Well, that's the transfer portal is obviously not good for college basketball, and guys leaving early and all of those different things. But they had guys leaving early before, and then they changed it, and then they changed it again. You know what I mean? So
the guys leaving early doesn't bother me though.
Yeah, it's
because you were then replacing with another one of your recruits.
But what the problem is with college basketball for me, in a nutshell, is and this last tournament was a prime example of it. There's no more Cinderellas because all of those players that would have been at a James Madison for 4 years are now transferring up. And
Butler has no chance of doing
that's what I'm saying.
they did.
Right.
Because none of those guys make it the year 4 at Butler.
Exactly, because those Cinderellas are not going to exist anymore because guys aren't going to stay.
Yeah.
They're going, and I don't blame them. They're going to level up for money or for whatever. Like, I get it. I
kind of blame them, but I mean, I also understand the world we live in.
But I understand it too. Like, I get it. So that's the problem. The tournament is not as intriguing anymore because you don't have that. Last year's Cinderella, and I've said this a few different times, last year's Cinderella was freaking Arkansas. With John Calipari.
With one of the most expensive rosters in college basketball.
That's not a Cinderella.
Like, Loyola Chicago making a run to the Final Four and playing Michigan the year Villanova won their second time. That is
right. That's what I'm saying. So like that is now what college basketball is. That's not fun for me to watch anymore if my team's not involved. And my team's Notre Dame, and they haven't been involved in a long time.
Right.
So it's hard for me to watch the pro game,
and it's harder to run a real offense when you're constantly remaking your roster every year. So you see a lot more just pick and rolls, and I mean pick and rolls have always been around. I mean Larry Bird and Robert Parrish and Larry Bird McHale used to run. I mean Magic and Kareem running pick and rolls, but like you just don't see. Somebody said you just run ISOs. You don't run the offense the way you used to because you can't because you're rebuilding your roster every year with new players.
Yeah,
and it just makes it hard. In my opinion, do that.
And the pro game's hard to watch because it is so much isolation and it's so much standing around and it's so much, it doesn't matter really what happens. And the other part of it is these guys have gotten so good that every shot they throw up goes down. So like you've got 135 to 140 as a final score. And it's like, I realize people like offense, man, but that's just not fun to watch. Like there's no, it doesn't feel like there's any defense anymore. It doesn't feel like the 90s of like defensive, like hard play.
Well, and you remember when Loyola Marymount was doing that, Vince? They were scoring like 120 points a game, but they were doing it because they were playing a million miles an hour. It was like, it
was different. It was fun to watch. Like,
and it was an anomaly. It was like a unique thing that you would do in this league and all this other kind of stuff. So
it's hard. Basketball is hard for me. I do still watch my team. I watch Notre Dame play basketball. It's hard for me to watch other basketball right now. And I know, look, and I'll throw this over to Trev. I mean, I know you're a Pacers fan. You watched their run, and, you know, that was fun locally and all of that. But do you watch pro basketball a
lot? More so. I mean, to be honest with you, sometimes I just watch it a little bit for, like, betting purposes. Like, it's not like I'm looking for any excuse to turn on, like, the Miami Heat versus the New York Knicks. That doesn't really, get me going the same way it would of like turning on, any other teams that
it would have been the 90s
affiliation with. What I will say, like this past year's finals was, take the Pacers out of it. It's the first time it went to Game 7 since 2016. OKC won it with very vintage, like 90s style of defense. That was a very physical. You can disagree, but
I'm not disagreeing because I didn't watch it. But I'm saying a team that does that doesn't mean the league is that way.
Right.
And that's not the case that I'm making. I'm just saying this finals was refreshing to watch because it wasn't the final score of every game, even with some either borderline going into overtime. It wasn't 150 to 145. Like it was, the Pacers played a very physical style of basketball this year too. And it was nice to watch, but I'm with you. Like I'm in an interesting time because I'm not like 15 years old, and the first basketball player I ever watched was Steph Curry, but I also wasn't old enough to watch 90s basketball. And so that's
80s basketball was,
and that's the weird kind of spot that I'm in. The one thing that I think is interesting, the argument that I'll make is I think it just comes down to preference ultimately, because a lot of the things that we're talking about in basketball, like big picture of the game, is that it's not as physical anymore and the officiating's bad and it's faster pace. You make the same argument about football.
I think it's faster pace. I think it's boring pace.
And
it's like an all-star game every week. It's like whenever I've watched this, like this isn't.
Which is fair.
But that's what I grew up watching. But that's to your point, Trev. That's what I grew up watching a different era.
Yeah.
This is what basketball was to me. It's like I have a buddy who just like swears they need to bring back the fullback. Why? Because he's 55.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, it's a lot of
that's the only argument. Because they did it when Bill Parcells did it back in the 80s. That's the only reason.
A lot of it is preference. Like there's a lot of people that I know, like older members of my family, it's like, dude, no, linebackers need to be 6'3", 270. And it's like, what? Not now. Yeah. Like, not a chance. If I was an offensive coordinator and I had a slot receiver, a tight end lined up on a linebacker that was 6'3", 270, whoever is going up against that guy is going to end the day with 15 receptions.
Mm-hmm.
The game's changed. I'm not saying for the better or for the worse, but officiating has gotten worse.
Officiating is in all sports
across
right
the
now.
board. Yeah,
man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
And I've had people tell me that this year's finals was really good. It's just like, but you've already lost me.
Sure,
you've already lost me to where I don't care that it's going to be good.
Well, to your point, it's the outlier.
Right.
Yeah, like you can't look at the sample size of one, and of course I'm biased because I live down here in Indianapolis too. But you can't look at one versus what it's been from like 2008 to now and be like, but 2025 was awesome. I get that completely.
And from what I've been told, that these are two teams that play a unique style. This isn't a trend in the game. It's just so happened that they kind of made the run that they did. And some other teams went through some weird seasons or whatever. But it's just like, that's my thing, Trev, is like, you've already lost me. You've already turned me off. Sure. And it's both levels. Like the fact that I don't know who's on what team anymore. I mean, the portal's been way worse for basketball than it was college basketball than it was for college football. Way worse.
Right, because you can remake your team with 2 moves. And so everybody's moving. You know what I mean? Like, it's just,
Like, Michigan this past year had a point guard who's now transferred to Miami, and he was at Auburn the year before that. It's like, I don't want to watch that crap. Like,
but I mean, like, like the women's game when Notre Dame played TCU this past year, right? Every single starter was from a different team the year before.
Right.
Every single one. Like,
none of them started at TCU.
Right.
Exactly.
Like, that's a bought team, and that's not, I don't know.
It's just like, no, it's not. It's just like, but there's a level of, you want to be able to relate to the players. I mean, it's like when I grew up, from the time I was born until till I was in my late 20s, I knew 2 shortstops for the Cincinnati Reds, Davey Concepcion and then Barry Larkin. And I could always count on, I mean, there's always changes and trades.
Sure.
They always use that star, that core foundation. And that goes away a lot now more. And especially if you're a small market team, you just don't see many of them that choose to win or can win. And the game is just, I think it's just boring. It's like I'm just watching a bunch of dudes at the gym that don't want to have to go the whole length of the courts. They just go to the 3-point line and shoot. I mean, it's
like watching
the
church league.
Yeah, and honestly, like 3-point is a great skill, but I just think it takes less skill to do that than it does to play the game of basketball the way that I think the game of basketball should be played, that I enjoy. And like, I know people that love 90s basketball. I didn't love 90s basketball. That's borderline football. I didn't love 90s basketball. I loved watching Michael Jordan play. I didn't love 90s basketball. I hated the influence the Pistons had on the game in the 90s. Hated it. Because it's like, that's not what basketball should be. I mean, I grew up in the 80s watching the Celtics and Lakers play games where you'd see them go up down the court and the ball maybe hits the court twice, because it's just rebound, outlet, fast, speed, pass, hit the, and like that's what I enjoy with basketball. Not this slow ISO, everybody shoots threes, and it's just not fun basketball for me. And then college basketball is getting to be that too. And it's just, I miss the days of bigs. I miss the days where you had 7-footers. I mean, that's what made basketball unique. It was a bunch of dudes 6'3" to 6'6". You had those, but you had 7-footers, and like now it's like Joel Embiid is a 7-footer and he does nothing but shoot threes. Mm-hmm. I mean, like I can watch Nikola Jokic and say that's a phenomenal basketball player. I still enjoy watching the game, because it's like he's 7 feet tall. I don't want him out in the 3-point line all day. I want to watch the Hakeem Olajuwon's ridiculous low post moves, right? That's what I enjoy, and I don't enjoy the game now. And so I think a lot of people that don't like the game now, we have a point of reference to compare it to, where things that I probably liked as a kid, people 20 years older for me probably didn't like the NFL that I grew up watching in the 1980s. Like, I don't like it. It's too much quarterback. And I remember the day that's always going to be true when we're debating sports. Always.
Yep.
Like I'm sitting there talking about how much I love the AP poll era. Trevor's like, dude, I wasn't even born in the AP poll era.
Yeah, that's
so how can we possibly have a conversation about that?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, Trevor, the thing that I experienced and you never did is better. Like, oh, okay.
Well, that's what's so hard. Is like I can't even fathom a world where the national champion was decided by votes. Like that is the craziest thing to me, of not playing in a national championship game. That's wild.
Yeah. But it made the bowl season more exciting, because at times you had to kind of, okay, I played our game. What's going to happen in that other one? And it just added a lot to it as a fan. But it also created angst back then. There's never been a system where there wasn't. I mean, there's years where there's like 5 teams that have declared themselves claimed national championships from seasons.
Yep.
There's a year that Alabama claims a championship in a year where Notre Dame beat them in the Sugar Bowl, and Bama claims it as a title. Why? Because back then, one of the outlets would give their championship before the bowl games were played. That's unfathomable to think of right now. That's unfathomable for me because I didn't grow up in that era, Trev. Like when I was growing up, there was usually 1, maybe 2 national champions. There was a couple years where there's 2. You had 1990 where Georgia Tech and Washington both won it, and you had what would have been 03 when that was BCS era, but it was usually just 1. But you grew up in it before me. There's years where 4 or 5 different people were claiming to be national champions. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't register in my head because I didn't grow up in that. 97, there was 2, Michigan, and that's a good one, Archer, Michigan and Nebraska. Of course, Ohio State fans are going to remember that because they're always talking about, well, you won half a title. Like, you didn't win a full title. But the fact we never got to see Nebraska and Michigan play that year, to your point, Trevor, is kind of like, that's disappointing. But then the counter is, but there's other years where Notre Dame might have had to play Miami again in a rematch, and how fair is that? Like 1988. So, it's all part of it. It's all part. There's no perfect system. I just think that, to your point, Trev, I do get the argument that the 4-team playoff was the worst. I just still say nothing is worse than the BCS.
Oh, yeah.
Because even in a 4-team playoff, if the BCS took 4 teams, USC in 03 still gets their shot.
Yep, agreed.
But that was the worst. That was absolutely the worst. This is like this one.
John A1, do you think Notre Dame should schedule Big 12 schools on a regular basis to uphold the conference legitimacy as a power conference that lacks a powerhouse program?
No, because I think if Notre Dame scheduled a team and scheduled Big 12 schools on a regular basis and just smoked them every year, they would then be viewed the way the ACC does, which is, Notre Dame plays the ACC, but they've won like 20-something games in a row, and a big chunk of them have been by double digits. So, I don't know that Notre Dame playing them would have that big of an impact on it, and I don't know that playing 1 game a year would have enough of a like the thing that Notre Dame adds to the ACC is they're having 5 games a year where they're impacting the TV numbers for the ACC. 1 game a year for the Big 12, and then every other year it's on NBC. I don't know that does a whole lot for the Big 12.
I like the fact I like Notre Dame playing teams from as many conferences as possible. Yeah. But I don't know that they're playing them to hold up the legitimacy of the Big 12.
I'm cool playing. We've talked about it. I think it'd be cool to have like a home and neutral against TCU maybe, or a home and a neutral. So we'll play. You come to our place and we'll play you in Arlington or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have a problem scheduling the neutral side. There's a lot of teams in the Big 12 that I'd consider playing.
Sure.
And as a one-off or a Shamrock game or a home and home or something like that. But as far as like to your point, it's because I like getting in the playing everybody.
Correct.
That's part of. It's not because I think we can save the Big 12.
Yeah.
The only way you can do that is if when
join.
That's or do with them what you're doing with the ACC.
Yeah. Right. Which is semi-join.
Right.
Yeah.
And at that point, like, this might be unpopular, but it's not Notre Dame's job to save the Big 12.
100%.
Their job is to win a national championship, and they're already tied into a conference. Look, if you want to battle the super conferences and the Big 10 and the SEC, do it behind the scenes. You don't have to use your football program to be like, all right, well, we're going to play 5 ACC games, and then we're going to play 4 Big 12 games because we got to make sure that you guys have enough to fight the power. It's like, look.
I'll say this, Trev. That's why I never worry about if the Big 10 and SEC schools don't want to play Notre Dame anymore, because that's exactly what Notre Dame would do. Fine.
Sure.
We'll just go schedule 4 games with the Big 12. And the Big 12 will love it.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there's things that Notre Dame has a role in making the game better and leading when it comes to conference affiliation. But none of that happens on the field.
Exactly.
That happens in the boardrooms and things like that, not by what they do by scheduling games. And that I 100% agree with. So it is Notre Dame's role to be a leader in the sport, which you would agree with, Trev.
Yeah.
Your argument, and which I also agree with, is it's not their job to then translate that to now we have to somehow sacrifice what's good for us on the field to prop you up.
Yep.
That I don't agree with.
Yep.
Good question.
Christopher Crosby, Indiana transfer Fernando Mendoza had a solid but not elite year for Cal last season. If CJ or Kenny have comparable stats, how far can Notre Dame go?
So he had 3,004 yards, completed 68.7% of his passes, rushed for 105 yards, and accounted for 18 total touchdowns in 11 games. 7.8 yards per attempt. If he does that, then that's passing for 273 yards a game. I think Notre Dame goes pretty far if they're doing that. I mean, that's the touchdowns I don't love. The low touchdown numbers, but I mean, if the quarterback this year for Notre Dame's throwing for 270 yards a game, I think the offense is going to be pretty good. What kept him from having a solid but not elite year is, yes, the yards were good, but it wasn't a lot always impact yards. There were some hollow yards at times, and I like Francisco Mendoza, but you threw for 385 against Wake Forest, but then the next week you throw for only 225 and 6.6 yards against 6.6 yards per attempt in a loss to Syracuse, and there were some empty yards. And then, he threw for 233 and 2 touchdowns in a win over Auburn, but he threw 36 passes, only 6.5 yards per attempt. So there just was some times where I thought the yards were a little hollow, but I like him as a quarterback. And Christopher asked me in a private chat, like, hey, why didn't we bring up Francisco Mendoza in our top 10 quarterback battle? I said, because I think it's a great pickup. We've talked about that. Trev and I, you and I have talked about that was a really good offseason pickup. But just because he's a good quarterback that's great for Indiana doesn't mean he's one of the 10 best quarterbacks in college football.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not just about numbers, it's about the impact you're having. And so there's things about that I like, but the 16 touchdowns is ultimately why I don't care as much about the 270-some yards. That's why I just feel if Notre Dame's quarterbacks passes for 270 yards a game, they're going to throw for way more than 16 touchdowns, 11 games. But if I could only have those numbers, and I'd say, well, that means there's probably a lot of hollow yards in there, and they weren't punching the ball in the end zone, and that would be a concern for me.
Agreed.
Mark Avalone, whatever happened to the Archbishop Moeller pipeline to Notre Dame? Has that program dropped off in talent since the 80s and the 90s?
Yeah, it's still a very good program. I think Moeller went pretty deep in the playoffs this year, I believe. But no, I mean, they're still a very good program. Ohio as a whole doesn't produce the same amount of talent as it has in the past. But they haven't had the kind of Notre Dame talent. Yeah, they went 14-2 and lost in the state championship game this year. So they're still a really good high school program, but I still don't know that they produce a ton of Division I guys. But I mean, they did get one a year ago. Carson Hobbs is from Moeller. They just don't produce guys like him all the time, the same volume that they used to. So, and more kids are playing at public schools and things like that. So it's still a great program. And part of that Moeller to Notre Dame thing was because Notre Dame hired their head coach. So,
good point.
Good point. A lot of his kids came with him, you know what I mean? And Jerry Faust. So,
good point.
I think it's part of it too.
That's still the craziest hire of all time. Like straight from high school to Notre Dame.
Yes.
That is just wild.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have a show like this during
Oh
that
my
time.
gosh. You know what though? And I know he's passed away since, but I was alive during the Jerry Faust era, but I was like 2 or 3 when he got hired.
Yeah.
And, I was like 7 when he got fired. I had a chance to meet him a couple times when I first started coming to this team. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Just
the man loves Notre Dame.
Loves Notre Dame, Trev. Like he would go to games all the time before his health went bad. I mean, I'd always see him at Notre Dame games. Just genuinely loved the University of Notre Dame. And
the problem was that was his nice credential to get the head coach.
Yeah, and I get it's a bummer, but like he shouldn't have got the job. But
100%, absolutely.
What a nice guy.
Yeah,
just a genuinely good dude, and like you said, he's in his 70s and 80s, still going to Notre Dame games. A school that for all intents and purposes fired him. They didn't fire him because he resigned.
Right.
But they would have. If he didn't resign, they were going to fire him, and he knew that. And that's what part of the reason he resigned. I mean, the whole reason he resigned was like, that's a dude that loves this institution and loves those kids. Like, he's like,
I wanted to give them a chance to hunt for a coach and all this
question and all this kind of stuff. And like, dude, what a class. You just wish he would have been able to win and coach better.
Absolutely.
Because you're just a guy that just genuinely loves Notre Dame. And so, again, didn't get to watch his time then, but meeting him, you're just like, wow, that guy loves this place.
Mm-hmm.
Just really loves
genuinely,
this place.
Yeah.
And just nicest guy. And talk to anyone that came up to him. And he's one of those guys, Trev, that when within a minute, you feel like, I think he thinks I'm someone else because he was talking to me like he knew me. But that's just how he was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, did he think I was so-and-so? Because a guy acting like he knew who I was. And
that's cool.
Had no clue who I was. But he just was a nice guy. And so I've always admired him because I didn't live through the tenure there. But just, man, what a really good dude. Just a really good dude. I think he passed away recently, if I remember correctly, Vince. Or am I incorrect on that? I'd hate to attribute someone passing away that didn't actually pass. Yeah, he passed away in 2024. So he passed away this past fall. So I'll say, he passed away in November 2024. That means he got to watch, Notre Dame start their run this past year. But just a really nice guy. Really nice guy. But he was at Moeller for 18 years.
Yeah.
And
very successful, obviously.
Yeah, very successsul. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So he won a state championship in 5 of his last 6 years at Moeller.
That's awesome.
And they went, let's see here. 12, 24, 36, 45, 57. He went 70-1 in his last 6 years there. And he went 90-5 in his last 8 years at Moeller. And Moeller plays good competition. So they're not that anymore, but they're still a very good program. And again, they did get a kid from Moeller recently because Carson Hobbs is from Moeller. So, yeah. See, Trev, you think we had our eras we had to learn about and live through. We've all had those coaches we've had to live through. So, yeah.
D. Masick. Unsure if this has already been discussed, but the NCAA Football 26 just released their top 25 defenses, and Notre Dame is 11. Feels way too low.
There's been a handful of different outlets that have kind of been sleeping on Notre Dame's defense this year. Like, I've seen a lot of different videos on Twitter or TikTok or like Facebook, Instagram Reels, all the stuff that like it's like just now coming to light that Notre Dame still has a good defense, which is really weird. It's like the amount of videos I've seen, it's like a defense to not sleep on this year, the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. And I'm like, what made you think they were going to fall off? Where's what happened? Like, I'm confused. Like, yes, I understand you lose a player in Xavier Watts. That is a huge blow. But, defenses like Texas lost Andrew Makuba and Jahdae Barron. They're obviously going to be the best defense in college football this year.
Mm-hmm.
But in all seriousness, it is way too low. D. Masak, I don't really see them being that low once they start like updating the game a little bit. But that also makes me really interested to see what some of the player ratings are going to be on that game, because that's making me think that outside of probably Drake Bowen, Leonard Moore, and a Don Schuler, maybe Christian Gray, there's going to be some
doubt they have Boubacar very high. I don't know what they're going to do with Bryce Young. Like, they're not going to probably have Onye very high. They don't, because the guys that didn't play, they give the benefit to the guys that were highly ranked recruits.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. Like Leonard Moore, even when they updated it, Leonard Moore was never good on last year's game.
No, they updated it, and he was like, he still didn't crack being 80 overall. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's like, hey guys, can we update this a little bit more, please?
Mm-hmm.
Because this sucks. So yeah, I think that's too low.
John A1, Notre Dame recruiting is not only hot, but in the transfer portal era, the program is retaining its talent as good as anyone. Do you think Marcus Freeman will architect Notre Dame into the dynasty of the 2020s?
It's definitely in the making. I mean, look, they've been very intentional with the people that they brought in the transfer portal. They do their due diligence and make sure that the athletes that they're bringing in are fits at the university, not just fits at the university and fits with the current players that they have on their team. Marcus Freeman has gone on record before and said, hey, look, there's dynamic talent out there that we can go and get. But if we think that we insert him into this room, into insert position room here, and it would cause a rift, they're not going to bring in that player, because they are steadfast in saying that, look, Notre Dame is a program that will be built through high school recruiting, and we will supplement the roster through the transfer portal. And they're holding true to that. And I think that Notre Dame is kind of laying, along with other teams. Notre Dame isn't the only team that's doing this. Ohio State, teams like that. But Notre Dame, I think, is starting to lay out some of the blueprint of what it means to navigate what the transfer portal is. And they've gotten ahead of that. And there's other programs that still need to catch up, and some that haven't even started. And so, yes, I think there's a good chance that Notre Dame can be some sort of dynastic program in the 2020s.
Ooh,
I think that we're all right. I think that we're a fantastic dynastic program. And I think that I think we have to look at dynasty in a little bit of a different light than what we did under Nick Saban. That's kind of the one-off. People haven't done that, win a championship and X amount of championships in the span that they did. But if Marcus Freeman can continually do what he's been doing the last couple seasons, I would expect to see Notre Dame in the college football playoff semifinals more years than not. That's for sure.
Yeah, it just depends on how tied into winning a bunch of championships do you consider a dynasty to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gabe Weiss, will Notre Dame continue to average one stud wide receiver in the portal, or will the predicted increase in receiver recruiting hold off the need for that?
Their goal is to have the recruiting to hold off that, but they're always going to be open to that if the need is there. Their goal is to eventually develop that kind of player so they can have them for more than 1 year. But when that player's not there, they will have no problem going to the portal for that player.
Pete Weber, with the confusion and potential antitrust violations surrounding revenue share models, NIL, and the whole semi-pro model, it is time for the NFL's 3-year eligibility rule to change as well.
Number one, I strongly disagree with that. Number two, those two things have nothing to do with each other.
Right.
You've brought this 3-year thing up before, and we need to be very clear on this. What happens in college football has no impact on the NFL's 3-year rule. That is not a college football rule. That is 100% an NFL rule that they view it as being better for their game. They don't want a bunch of first and second year players being in the draft. A lot of times these kids are not physically ready for the NFL.
Yeah.
I think that gap is narrowing a little bit. It's still rare. I mean, is there the occasional – see, this thing is, could Jeremiah Smith have gone to the pros this year and been okay? Probably. But you can't make a rule where it's only for certain players.
Or certain
You're gonna have
positions, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like in the NBA, there'd be guys that, you open up that rule, there's guys that are ready for the NBA. Then there's a bunch of others that aren't, that still declare, because you can't say, well, no, we're not going to let you. Right. It's good for the NFL. And no, I don't know what any of those things have to do with allowing kids to leave after a year or two. I just don't think that makes any sense. And the reason the NFL can do that and college football can't do that is because the NFL has collective bargaining. They have a players union, and they negotiate those things. And the players union is going to be more pro keeping it the way that it is than they're going to be to letting more younger players get in, because those are going to take their spots.
Exactly.
And so, no, I don't think that needs to change. Just because the college football is doing a lot of stupid things doesn't mean that we should, allow the other sports to, say, okay, now we got to impact the NFL negatively because college football is doing a lot of dumb stuff. Those two things have nothing to do with each other, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Yeah. I just want to get to a few more here before we get out of here, and I want to get to some folks we haven't brought up because there's some really good questions on here. Here's one from Lucky Duck.
On College Football Nation, Bill Bender had Notre Dame hosting LSU in round 1 of the playoff, followed by a rematch with Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. How confident would you be in Notre Dame making the semifinals with this road?
Very,
very confident.
Yeah.
I don't think Georgia's going to be as good as they were last year, personally. And I would love to face LSU at home. That's
no, and I don't have Georgia winning the SEC because that's how they would be there in the second round anyway. So
if they were good enough to be there in the second round, then that means Georgia's better than we think they are, but they still don't match up well with Notre Dame because they're still going to be a similar team to what they were last year.
Agreed.
So no, and I've told Bill this. I've told Bill, I'll bet you money that Notre Dame is not seated lower than Georgia. Because even if they win the SEC, it doesn't mean that they're going to be ahead of Notre Dame this year because there's no more seeding tied
to more automatic. Yeah.
Boy, would I love for LSU to come up to South Bend.
Oh my gosh. And the thing that Bill said, which I agree, if it's close, they're going to manipulate the rankings to have that matchup.
Oh,
believe it. Believe it. If it's like, hey, you know what? We really liked the way that they beat this Nickel State in the second last game of the year. We're going to jump them up and and get that Notre Dame matchup. You know they're going to do that. You know they're going to do that.
Oh man, Notre Dame only put 50 on Stanford. We're going to have to drop them a spot.
They give up 14 points of that offense. They're going down a spot, and they're going to have to play LSU.
I wouldn't. Money would become not a factor for that game. I'm buying tickets.
But Trev, you got to cover the game. No, I don't.
I'll
fire me. I'm in this for that game.
Well, hold on. I'd be excited. I'd still need a job afterwards, so I would cover it. But I'd
cover it from the stands. It's been done before.
I would.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'll hop on my phone and just cover the game.
Just go outside. Never mind. I'm not going to give that away publicly. But yeah, there's ways that you can still, have some fun there while you're covering it.
Oh, we got a new one. Salty says, which Notre Dame opponent, excluding Miami and Texas A&M, is most likely to be more formidable than expected?
NC State. That's mine.
Nice.
Pitt. USC also is going to be.
Yeah, USC was going to be mine. Yeah.
Yeah, mine's Pitt. I think a lot of people just remember how they ended the season with 6 straight losses. Look, when Eli Holstein is healthy, that team is dealing, and they're on the road.
You know what else people remember? They remember a year ago when Notre Dame beat them by 51 and didn't play well. I mean, but that's not who Pitt was last year. That 3-9 team that Notre Dame annihilated is not who Pitt was last year, especially like you said, when Eli Holstein was healthy. See here. Here's an interesting one. I saw this one from Joseph I wanted to get to.
According to Paul Feinbaum, Kalen DeBoer is under serious pressure at Alabama. How intense is the hot seat for him?
I don't think it's as hot as Paul Feinbaum's making it out to be because he's a narrative driver, not someone who actually has real analysis of things. So, But look, if he doesn't turn it around this year, it will get hot.
Oh yeah,
the patience in Tuscaloosa is very short, especially after everything that we saw him, Nick Saban do. So it will not be long. They've got to be 10 wins in the regular season this year.
Yes, at the minimum. Yep.
I think so. I think they need a playoff berth to silence. If they're not in the playoff 2 years in a row of not making the playoff, I think that makes people very anxious about whether or not. Because I don't know that a lot of Bama fans were even fired up about him in the first place. And let's be honest, your leash as a coach is going to partly be determined by how excited people were when they hired you. So I think that factors into it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get one more. I'm not going to bring up 2 more, but I'm going to bring this one up. So Vince Adam Garcia asks, what is your overall concerns and thoughts for the Notre Dame kicking situation this year? And I ask this seriously because I think it's a fair question.
Look, I think it is a fair question, but I think the jury's out a little bit. Now, everybody remembers the garbage kick that he had in his first kick in the blue gold game. But then every kick after that was money and right down the middle. So,
and he had another one like that in the Jersey scrimmage. That's my concern.
And I get
might have been worse.
Right. I need to see more before I'm ready to, because look, you're getting used to a new holder, you're getting used to a new snapper. There's a lot of things that go into that.
Exactly.
And so give him an off season, give him a summer, give him a, I'm not.
He had 3 years of being a solid kicker at North Carolina.
Correct. There is a track record there that's not.
You don't think he was too punked by the 30,000 people at Notre Dame in the blue gold game that he just choked? I don't think that was the case.
Right. So I'm willing to give him some time before I get too worked up about it. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
And I don't even know who his holder is going to be yet.
Yeah. Who? Because Salerno's gone, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Bucket time, baby.
Here's the last one. I'll bring this up because I know, Vince, you're getting ready to have to run over to Sean's show. But I wanted to get to this last one. I'm sorry we didn't get to all of them, but there's just so many great questions. We aren't able to get to all of them. But I wanted to bring this up, and I thought it'd be good to end on this one because I thought this is a very interesting question.
From John A1, given Notre Dame's dynamic backfield and unique athleticism at tight end, do you think the offense will incorporate more misdirection and counter type plays?
I do think so. And the reason I think so is partly because of their backfield and dynamic tight ends, but also partly because of the quarterback. Because there are certain things that Riley just wasn't good at last year. One of them being that Y under screen. I don't know why he sucked at that throw. He sucked at reading it. He sucked at throwing it. I mean, do you remember the one he threw against Miami of Ohio? Yes. And you're like, how do you miss that throw? Like, he was terrible at it. And you'd see it in practice and you'd be like, why can't he make that throw? That's a big part of Mike Denbrock's offense. And I think you're going to have a quarterback too. And whoever the quarterback is going to be better throwing that ball. You also have a tight end that's a little bit more dangerous on that play too. Not that Mitchell Evans is he's a good football player, but Mitchell's not a burner. And I don't know that that's a route that he's going to be great at. Eli Raridan can get the edge on that thing or crease the defense on that thing. And I think that there's some things that you can do throwing wise where some of the screen game becomes a little bit more good. Some of the misdirection, if they're doing a lot of 21 personnel stuff, like we hope they are, there's going to be some misdirection type screen game stuff. So I do think, John, you're onto something. I think we will see some more misdirection counter. They ran a lot of counter last year, but I think we'll see that. But those things also protect a non-running quarterback more, where last year Riley was your misdirection. It was him keeping the football or things along those lines. So I do think you'll see that. I think Riley just wasn't good throwing screens. He wasn't. And all types of screens. And I think CJ and Kenny are going to be better throwing that. And all those things incorporate into misdirection and counter. So I think they will. What say you, Trev and Vince? I want to hear your guys' opinions before we sign off.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I mean, as far as misdirection and counter type plays, I also factor in the run game. And I think even outside of your dynamic backfield and athletic tight ends, I think you're going to have a much more athletic offensive line this year as well. In both guards, Charles Jagasaw and Billy Schrouth, and then Ashton Craig is an athletic center. They used him. They pulled him on a few run plays this past season. And so I think all of that combined, I think you will see more of it.
I'm ready for some cross buck and, some two-back stuff. Let's get after it, man. Like, no, seriously, though, I do want to see some more two-back stuff. And when you've got two backs in the backfield, you can do a lot more of this. And I think they would be crazy. I'm not saying that needs to be their base or anything like that, but I'm saying that is something that I would look heavily in. You've got a great 1-2 punch in the backfield, and you've also got a bunch of other guys that would love to get on the field too. So it doesn't necessarily have to be Price and Love every time. It could be, one of one, another, there's a million different combinations that you could do. But I think getting two backs on the field at the same time could be very beneficial because of the talent you have in the room. And then if you have two backs, that leads to more counters, more misdirection, more different things you can do in the backfield. So that's the direction I would go with it for this question.
Agree. And I got to say, my guy, D. Troll Hunter, I want to congratulate you. It's his 10-year wedding anniversary.
Woo!
But you just ruined your anniversary by calling your wife wide. So you just kind of I swear it was a mistype, honey. I swear I did not mean. I've actually seen a picture of his wife. She's not wide. But I just thought that was really funny, and I like to get people in trouble. But wide,
yeah, you do.
You called wide. You called your wife wide, dude. Come on, man. You just totally ruined your whole anniversary.
Man.
Oh. Yeah, they kind of ruined the whole thing, buddy.
Brian loves to get people in trouble. Okay, it's a fact,
especially when it's obviously not true. So, but my guy D. Troll Hunter is a great dude, and you guys have a beautiful family, and definitely happy anniversary to you and the missus. And tell her we thank her for allowing her to have you for us to be able to have you with us as much as we are. So we greatly appreciate that.
No doubt. So, all right. Well, that is the witching hour. It is time to sign off from the Friday Football Free-For-All Mailbag, and we appreciate everybody being here with us, and look forward to a great weekend. And I'm telling everybody, you need to get on the boards.irishbreakdown.com. There are multiple recruits with commitment dates set, which are right around the corner. I'm not saying whether Notre Dame is going to get them or not, but if you're on the boards, you'll have a better idea of what's going on. So you got to hit that notification bell too, folks. You got to sign up. You got to hit that notification bell because there might be shows, there might not be shows, and you won't know unless there's a notification bell.
And no surprise commitment so far today. So the staff has clearly lost their touch. I mean they really lost the touch. They haven't got a commitment in over 24 hours.
Yeah, we need to sit down and have a conversation, state of the recruiting operation.
Yeah. Like, I think they need to fire some people because they haven't got a guy in 25, 26, 27 hours now, man. This is ridiculous. Right. Like, what are they even doing right now at this point in time?
Probably
it's unacceptable.
They're probably playing
unacceptable.
Golf,
no surprise 5-star commit today. Come on, Notre Dame. What are you doing?
Get yourself together.
Yes. The run is over.
Yeah, that's it. It's all downhill from here. We might as well call ourselves the Nittany Lions.
Bro, mic drop, end the show. Take us out of here. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Go join Vince. He's going to have some bangers on the show with Sean. They're getting ready to get started. Trevor and I will be back on Tuesday. I'll be back on Monday with Sean. Have an awesome weekend, everybody. We love you. We thank you. Have a great time. Thanks for joining us on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.